Okay, all right. Okay, good evening, everyone. 7:06. We have Mayor Tate is online. She is unable to join us tonight due to some health issues. So she's staying at home. And you are fortunate enough to have me in the driver's seat tonight. So we'll see how this goes. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll acknowledge once again that we are meeting with respect and gratitude as ever on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish and the Senkotan speaking peoples, in particular the Sooke and Shianu nations. This council is looking forward to renewal of our council-to-council meetings later this year with Chief Underwood and their new council. It's wonderful, as you've all seen, the progress on their community complex and health center just past EMCS out there. And I don't know if you've read in the West Shore online newspaper about the latest aquaculture initiatives as the South ramp up to effectively harvest the Sooke Basin for Pacific oysters. So, which of course leads us back to funding for the sewer system out to Kaltassin, but that's another day and another story. So off we go tonight. So approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes, all approved? Yes. Mayor Tate, you can hear us? Do you like to?
Yep.
Hear?
All good.
Okay. Now, we have item 4 is an invited presentation, and this is by Lenora Lee from KPMG Chartered Accountants.
Good evening. Thanks for having me at your meeting today. I'd just like to take a few minutes to share with you the results of the audit of the financial statements for the District of Sooke for the year ending December 31st, 2023. We are substantially complete our audit, and there are no significant matters that are pending. I had the opportunity to meet with council to discuss in detail our audit findings, and the only matters that are outstanding at this time are acceptance of the financial statements by council, and at that time we're able to complete our audit opinion and exchange with management their representations with the auditor's report. As drafted, the audit opinion is a clean and unqualified audit report, which indicates that there's no material errors in the financial statements. They do present fairly in accordance with public sector accounting standards, which are the rules that the district is required to follow as a local government entity. During 2023, the district adopted one new accounting standard, which was accounting for asset retirement obligations. And this resulted in some additional asset value as well as additional liability value for remediation costs to be incurred in the future. There was no issues related to the adoption of that standard, and we worked closely with management to ensure that the appropriate values and note disclosure was included within the financial statements. Overall, our areas of focus were quite similar to previous years, included things such as revenues and deferred revenues. There was a number of grants received and a number of capital projects funded by grants during the course of the year. This also included receipt of about $6 million of Growing Communities Fund monies. And with all of those situations, we are comfortable that those transactions have been recorded accurately in the financial statements, either as revenue or deferred revenue, based on the level of activity as well as any restrictions attached to those funds. We also spend a fair amount of time auditing the expenditures, including payroll expense of the district. This includes both agreeing to source documentation such as payments and invoices, as well as building an expectation of things such as payroll expense to the collective agreement and scheduled pay adjustments for employees. Again, no issues noted in those areas. We have not noted any significant or material control deficiencies. These would be areas where there could be a risk that a material error could be unnoticed within the district, and we have not noted any concerns in that area. We have identified a few uncorrected audit adjustments, which we're working with management who will be adjusting those in the 2024 statements. And overall, again, not material to the overall financial statements, and so did not have an impact on our ability to issue a clean opinion. Lastly, just wanted to express our appreciation to the finance team for all of the assistance they were able to provide in a really quick turnaround and bringing forward a very clean outcome to council tonight. Happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Okay, Ms. Lee, this is your 5th year, I believe, of doing these audits. Do you have a sense of over that time how things have evolved here at the district?
Yes, over time, certainly every year gets even better and a little bit stronger. That, the grants process in particular is a pretty challenging and complex area to evaluate what the obligations, the requirements are of grants, how that ties into revenue recognition in the financial statements. Over time, we've noticed management has implemented a good process to identify what those performance obligations are and have implemented that in 2023. And as a result, there was no audit adjustments recommended this year as a result of those performance improvement observations and processes implemented by management.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Clean bill of health, no concerns. So council would like to extend its thanks to our Deputy Finance Director and your team very much for another good year. And we'll see you again in 2025. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we're entering item 6, public and statutory hearings. Excuse me. Oh, yes, we need to make a motion to that council accept the draft financial statements of the District of Sooke for the year ended December 31st, 2023. So moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All approved? Okay. Has Councillor Lajeunesse been able to join us yet?
I'm here.
Welcome. We waited 5 minutes for you. We'll get that elevator fixed one of these days. Okay. All right. Item 6, public and statutory hearings. Public input will follow each of these items. We'll begin with development variance permit for 1245 Silver Spray Drive. So over to staff for a report, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so this application is in relation to a development variance permit at 1245 Silver Spray Drive. The subject property is 4.7 hectares, hooked over Silver Spray Drive and Birdsong Lane into 3 sections. The 2 sections to the southwest are the location of a proposed 9-lot residential subdivision. The larger section to the northeast, approximately 80 meters from the Birdsong Lane, Silver Spray Drive intersection, is intended for a future septic disposal field. So 10 lots overall. The property is otherwise zone CD3, area B of the Silver Spray Comprehensive Development Zone. In summary, this development variance permit includes variances to both the zoning bylaw and the subdivision and development standards bylaw. More specifically, variance A is seeking to vary section 3.24 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the minimum building setback to steep slopes from 15 to 0 meters. This is intended to accommodate the 9-lot subdivision proposed at the southwest section of the property. Proposed variances B through E are seeking to vary section 2.2A of the STS bylaw to modify or relieve the applicant from road frontage improvements to meet the local urban suburban cross-section standard. The frontage variances are applied to 4 sections of road, approximately 590 meters in total, including all or portions of Birdsong Lane, Silver Spray Drive, and Thornton Heights. So proposed variance A, again, is to vary section 3.24 of the zoning bylaw. This is to reduce the minimum building setbacks to steep slopes from 15 to 0 meters. Steep slopes are considered those that are 30% or greater. A variance is required to accommodate the 9-lot subdivision and to create adequate buildable area for each lot. The applicant has submitted a geotechnical report that includes recommendations to support this variance. Staff recommend that council approve this variance in accordance with those recommendations. So proposed variances B through E seek to vary road frontage improvements required as a condition of subdivision under section 2.2A of the STS bylaw. All roads fronting the property are classified as local, urban, suburban roads within the STS bylaw. And this cross-section includes, as noted here on the slide, 18-meter constructed width right-of-way, 4.25-meter travel lanes, 2.7-meter wide boulevard, and 2-meter wide separated concrete sidewalk, non-mountable curb and gutter, street lighting, and street trees. The map on the left of this slide identifies the road frontages affected by the variances, starting with B, Birdsong Lane, referred to as the trail section. This is 160 meters of frontage that extends from the southwest corner of the property to the proposed cul-de-sac identified there as well. Also C, Birdsong Lane Road section. This is 100 meters of frontage that extends west to east from the proposed cul-de-sac to the intersection with Silver Spray Drive. D is Silver Spray Drive. It's a 270-meter section of frontage located on the west side of the northeast section of the hooked property. And then E, which is Thornton Heights, a 60-meter section of frontage located on the south side of the northeast section of the hooked property. The following slides will look into the details of each individual variance. So proposed variance B is to vary the local urban suburban cross-section to a modified cross-section along a 160-meter section of Birdsong Lane, referred to as the trail section. In lieu of constructing the road to the cross-section standard, the applicant is proposing to construct a nature trail. This is consisting of 1 to 2 meter loose gravel or compacted mineral soil, in addition to a parking area connected to the cul-de-sac and a stairway to the foreshore to the southwest of that portion of property connecting to the trail. Staff recommend that council approve variance B. This section of Birdsong Lane is not required to facilitate vehicle passage or access to the proposed lots. Also, creating pedestrian access to the foreshore with the proposed trail and parking is consistent with district policy objectives in both the official community plan and the Parks and Trails master plan. However, staff recommend that the trail is constructed and designed to the nature trail standard of the Parks and Trails master plan, which is 1 to 2 meters of crushed gravel. And the proposed stairs and parking area are constructed to the satisfaction of the municipal engineer. This is reflected in the recommended motion for variance B. Proposed variance C is to vary the local urban suburban cross-section to a modified cross-section along a 100-meter section of property along Birdsong Lane. The road section is located from the proposed cul-de-sac to Silver Spray Drive intersection. The modified cross-section would include 11 meters of constructed platform, 3.5-meter wide travel lanes, 1-meter boulevard, 2-meter wide concrete sidewalk on one side, mountable curb gutter, street trees, and street lights. Staff recommend that council deny the proposed variance request to modify the cross-section on Birdsong Lane and require the applicant to meet the bylaw standard. However, should council authorize this variance, staff recommend the following conditions: that no parking signs are installed within the right-of-way, and a 1.5 to 2 meter high fence is installed along the top of any rock cuts. Proposed variance D is to relieve the owner from improving the road frontage to the bylaw standard along the 270-meter section of Silver Spray Drive on the west side of the northeast portion of the subject property. In lieu of improving Silver Spray Drive frontage to the bylaw standard, the applicant is proposing to construct a 1.5 to 2 meter gravel shoulder along the frontage of adjacent properties to the south, addressed as 7300 and 7310 Thornton Heights. These are double fronting lots that also have approximately 34 meters combined of frontage on Silver Spray Drive. The applicant's intention with this variance is to provide a pedestrian connection from the 9-lot subdivision to the existing statutory right-of-way trail that's located on that northeast portion of the property that bisects the property. Staff recommend the council deny proposed variance D and require the applicant to meet the bylaw standard. However, if council authorizes the issuance of variance D, staff recommend the following to be included as conditions. That the proposed trail meet the urban pathway standard of the Parks and Trails Master Plan with an additional 1 meter wide green space and unmountable curb between the trail and travel lanes for pedestrian safety. Hydro David arm streetlight installed at the intersection of Thornton Heights and Birdsong Lane. And that the travel lanes are confirmed to meet the minimum width requirements of the fire access safety standards. Proposed variance E is to vary the local urban suburban cross section to a modified cross section along a 60-meter section of Thornton Heights frontage. This is along the south side of the northeast portion of the subject property. In lieu of meeting the bylaw standard, like the previous variance, the applicant is proposing to construct a 1.5 to 2 meter gravel trail adjacent to the travel lanes to connect with the trail's statutory right of way. Staff recommend that council deny proposed variance E and require the applicant to meet the bylaw standard. However, if council were to approve the variance, staff recommend the following to be included as minimum conditions. That the trail meet the urban pathway standard of the Parks and Trails Master Plan and an additional 1 meter wide green space and non-mountable curb be located between the trail and travel lanes. So in accordance with the Local Government Act and district policy, 19 notices were mailed to adjacent property owners and occupants. We received one submission from the public just stating that they had no objections to the proposal. And then staff recommendation is as follows. Just paraphrasing here, that council authorized the issuance of the development variance permit for proposed variance A to vary the steep slope setback to 0 meters from the 15 meter required, in accordance with the recommendations of the geotech report, and that council authorized issuance of the development variance permit for proposed variance B to modify the required road frontage improvements of Birdsong Lane from the local urban suburban cross section standard to improvements that include a trail designed and constructed to the nature trail standards of the Transportation Master Plan and Schedule 7 of the STS bylaw, and designed to retain mature trees and landforms, and stairs and a parking area to service the trail to the satisfaction of the municipal engineer, and that council deny proposed variances C, D, and E as outlined in the report. This concludes my presentation, but we also have the applicant here who has requested to present. So I can take questions following their presentation unless council.
Okay, let's start with questions to staff and then I'll invite you up, Ms. Sampson. Thank you. Anyone with questions for Mr. Riley? Okay, Ms. Sampson, please. Oh, Kevin, please. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, through the chair to you. So the variances that you're asking us to C, D, and E. Is there changes in the Parks and Trails Master Plan as well as the Transportation Master Plan since this application? Is it changes that we're asking for the variance to where this application started? Because I mean, the project is 20 years old or something like that. So is it changes in our Transportation Master Plan that have made these variances required?
That's fine, Jeff.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. One, do we have an understanding of what the ultimate build out will be for Silver Spring?
Yeah, through the chair, to the chair. I don't have exactly that information, unfortunately, but these are typically, larger lots. I know there's, it's a comprehensive development zone. So there are a lot of, I guess, different uses to work in unison with each other, including golf course, institutional use,
Right.
or to allow for the septic disposal field, for example. But then predominantly single family subdivisions. And these lots that are being created in the 9-lot subdivision, for example, are around 1,500 to 2,500 square meters. Quite large lots, but dealing with some topography issues as well. Yeah.
Okay. And I did have a look back at our meeting of March 8th, 2021, when the area directly above the marina, proposed marina, and the 19 units there, the staff at that time recommended that we proceed with the rural collector road, a modified rural collector road for that section. So would there be any others sections? This would be the first such use of bylaw 404's complete street cross section in Silver Spray. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Pardon me.
Oh.
Counselor Lajeunesse has a question online.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I just would like some clarification on what the urban pathway standard looks like. Is that a concrete, like a concrete sidewalk, or what exactly does it look like?
Yes, through the chair, the urban pathway is a 2 to 3 meter paved or compacted gravel pathway. Also with some greenery on the side. So typically a 5 meter total cross section. But the pathway itself is what we're focusing in on here, the 2 to 3 meters paved or compacted gravel. But we're also requesting at a minimum a curb and 1 meter of a bioswale or boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions of staff before we invite the applicant's representative? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for having me this evening. My name is Rachel Sansom of 1498 White Pine Terrace, and thank you for having me again. I'd also like to thank staff as well as the fire chief for their help in pulling all this together. It's been a complicated little subdivision, but I feel like we're getting there. So thank you very much for all your help. We did send notices to our neighbors as well to see if they would have any questions or require clarification. And tragically, many of them came back, returned to sender, which was sad. But we did have 2 letters of support, which was encouraging. So thank you very much for that. So as you've heard from the planner, we have several variances we request consideration for this evening. Certainly the geotechnical setback from the zoning bylaw, as well as various subdivision development servicing bylaw variances. And these are primarily due to the topography of the land and the rural nature of Silver Spray, which is why we're asking for those. And just sort of a general statement, we pretty much agree with the alternate recommendations of staff, just a couple of modifications and a little bit more information. We're also going to briefly touch on agenda item 11.1, which is the sewer in the road right of way, because it kind of ties in with all of this. So again, I look at our proposed subdivision. You can see it was a challenging subdivision to figure out. It's kind of odd looking, but we do have our 9 Bearland strata lots. They're Bearland strata because they will be sharing the common septic facility, which is located in that remainder lot to the north. Again, that's why, of course, we're going to be requiring that right of way for our private sewer in your public road. So it's a beautiful subdivision right on the water there. Fantastic views of the straits. We are serviced by CRD water. Again, we're going to require on-site sanitary disposal. There will be public access in a parking lot. And because this lot was previously harvested by previous owners, we've been working with the Parks Department to come up with a native planting scheme for the lots at building permit. So they'll have to provide a native planting scheme that'll be suitable for the site to revegetate it. So the geotechnical setbacks, again, it's a rather lumpy lot, but it's all solid rock. And again, we're working with probably the best geotechnical engineers in town, and they will work on a lot by lot basis during the subdivision development, as well as at building permit, to ensure that the buildings and the foundations are safe for those intended use. So that'll include any cuts as well as retaining walls. And I'd like to thank the fire chief for his work in getting the driveway grades to work, because that was quite challenging. You can see from the slide that the driveways were quite awkward, but we were able to get them to a safe grade so that emergency vehicles can access these properties. So again, thank you for the staff recommendation to approve this variance. So Birdsong Lane was a previously dedicated piece of road from back in the day. Certainly you can see that the portion that goes towards the ocean would not be viable as a public road. And we've agreed then, working with staff, to provide a trail and stairway to the beach, as well as a parking lot, so that members of the general public can enjoy access to the water. So that'll be a lovely asset to not only this development, but the entire neighborhood and any citizens that want to go down there and enjoy the ocean. So again, thank you to staff for that recommendation. There's some views. The one on the left is about where the parking area will be. And then on the right-hand side, you could see where the trail will go down to the water. It is a little steep. And again, that's why we require the stairs. I'm going to skip ahead to the Birdsong Lanes modifications just because I had a different order than staff did in the report. So the only reason, yes, this is variance C, yes, to be clear. I'm trying to go in alphabetical order, so I skipped ahead in my presentation. Again, just requesting slight modifications to your urban standard. So this will look like a proper subdivision road with a concrete sidewalk, streetlights, and boulevard. But because we have to do a little bit of blasting to fit all this in, we're just asking to tighten it up a little bit to reduce the amount of blasting. And we certainly agree with the alternative recommendation of staff to provide fencing and no parking signage. So going then to variance D. So again, this is a rural area. So we're proposing, instead of doing the full urban frontage improvement treatment on the properties along Silver Spray, we thought it would be appropriate to provide a trail link from Birdsong Lane up to the trail in Thornton Heights. And there's a trail that goes through the property at Thornton Heights. So it makes a nice connection, and it's certainly available to the general public through a statutory right-of-way. So it makes a nice walking loop. So this will provide a safe connection from Birdsong to the Thornton Heights. I don't know if there's a name for the trail, but you'll be able to get from A to B quite safely. Again, we're agreeing with the alternate recommendation of staff, and I think the streetlight has to go at, was it Silver Spray and Birdsong? I'm not sure. Yeah, at the intersection of Silver Spray and Birdsong. So yeah, certainly we agreed with all of that. The only modification that we're requesting here is that because it's a fairly tight right of way with a lot of natural features along the road, we were hoping for an opportunity to work with staff to modify the width of the boulevard. So we got to go this direction. So you can see our road here. There's a lot of greenery already on the outside of the road cross section. And there are some natural features, including rocks and significant trees. So we don't want to modify the width of the trail, but we may need to modify the width of the boulevard between the trail and the paved surface of the road. Certainly, it would still have the mountable curb as required, but it would be appropriate, we hope, to have some opportunity to work with staff, have that built into the variance, so that if we had to vary that 1 meter boulevard to avoid natural features, as opposed to doing extra blasting or cutting down a nice tree to make it all fit. We did have one of our neighbors make a suggestion that we might want to do some rock shaving on the west side of the road, as well as repaint the center line of Silver Spray to provide extra safety measures in that area. And again, we'd be happy to do that. So just some more images of Thornton Heights. You can see it's pretty wide right of way. I think we'll already have the appropriate paved surface after we do the trail work there. Again, trying to keep as much greenery on the sides as we can. And then there's a picture of the existing nature trail on the right side, the photograph, not a picture. On the left, you can see the Silver Spray edge condition. So there are some rocks and trees we might like to save there. So trying to keep the trail the appropriate width, but then working with that boulevard to get a little bit of flexibility there. So quick recap. Thank you very much for the recommendation for the geotechnical setbacks. Birdsong Lane, we're happy to do the public, the trail and the public parking in lieu of road construction there. For the Birdsong Lane road improvements, that was variance C. I'm happy to provide the parking signage as well as the fencing on the top of the rock cuts for safety for not only the public, but the people that live on those lots. And then for Silver Spray and Thornton, looking forward to providing that nice rural trail system with a safe separation from traffic, but again, asking with respect for a bit of flexibility there in the boulevard so we can avoid natural features. And again, jumping ahead, if I may, to agenda item 11.1, we would be asking again for this private sewer line to be constructed from Birdsong to our remainder property. This would go underneath the trail, which is why I bring it up now. So all of the infrastructure will be constructed at the same time, which would limit, road work and inconveniences to our neighbors. but also make it easy for access to repair should we need to, because we'll be digging through a trail and not the road. And certainly our engineers will be providing the appropriate drainage design for the trail and the road in this work. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Okay, so we've heard from staff and the applicant, and now we get to hear from the public. If indeed anyone has any comments on this application, please step forward.
Ellen Lewis. I was looking through this whole application, and this property has been up for variances. There's more variance on this property than there is actual bylaws being followed. For your information, I've just been following it for a long time. And where they're asking for requirements for sidewalks on both sides to be taken out when we have single subdivisions that can't, are still being denied in a rural area, actually an actual rural area. They're still being required to put in sidewalks and boulevards. And this is by far not a rural subdivision. If you look across the water from Whiffin Spit and you see what's happened there, it's devastating. It's not a rural subdivision. It's actually a thorn on the backside of our community. So I wouldn't support 9 acres. I don't see why they or 9 lots. I don't see why they should have 9 lots. And on the rocks like that, 5 lots is sufficient if it has to be. It's just a destruction of a really beautiful area. We're just destroying our rural areas, bossing and putting up glass and cement and just destroying what was once a beautiful area. So I would hope that we would be thoughtful and mindful not to destroy what people come here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lewis. Anyone else like to speak? Calling once, twice, and 3 times. Okay. So, oh.
I understand that, staff is,
Introduce yourself.
oh, I'm
Susan.
sorry, Susan Belford. I live in Cecinos. I understand that, staff supports various of these variances and I understand the logic. But there are 2 things that I wonder about. If we're going to have community standards for roads and sidewalks and people moving around our community, if we're going to have standards that work 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years from now, we have to start building those standards. We can't keep saying, oh, well, it was a nice idea, but not here, not there. What we end up after doing that for long enough is we end up with the kinds of upset that we saw just a few weeks ago in these chambers regarding transportation. So I think it's important to start thinking about those kinds of things as well. And in terms of the steep slope, I gotta say, I wouldn't want to be at the bottom of a 30% steep slope in a deluge like we had in 2019. Not right up at the back of it. I live in a place that's got a lot of steep slopes, and I know what that looks like and how quickly damage can happen, no matter how many retaining walls and things you have in place. So I would want to be very cautious about that. Anyway, thank you.
All right. I see we have a 2nd-time speaker approaching the mic. If we've had all 1st-time speakers, seems we have. Mrs. Lewis.
Thank you. Susan just reminded me of the transportation thing. At the very beginning of the subdivision approval, it was the owner said that he would put in transportation across the water, that there'd be a ferry going across. Whatever happened to that, I think it should be researched what happened to that part of the transportation plan to have a ferry going across.
All right, so we'll close, thank you. We'll close the public portion. And I guess, council, we need to determine how to move forward. It would logically be A through E in succession. Yeah, comments, please.
Yeah, I'll start things off. Thank you very much for all the input. Thanks, staff and the applicant. I'm certainly in favor of A and B. That is the staff's recommendation. C, D, and E, I am not in favor of. And my reasoning is that it's true. I guess someone just spoke to it very briefly. Is we have a standard. We've changed the standard like on Mowich and Croydon, but they were single lots just cut in two, and it didn't make much sense to put a small jab of improvements. But this is a new subdivision, and my concern is that I've seen the aftermath of maybe, I don't know, bad decisions, but going to the minimum standards in some of the subdivisions in Sooke here. And you can't get a car down there without being a billiard ball, because we've gone to the minimum standard as opposed to going to a wide standard that is posed in the transportation master plan. So I think it's time that we did have a standard. I know they claim it's a little bit rural. I went out there today and had a look at things, and it's basically all just raw land. And this would be the time to start a standard and carry that standard through. And I think it would be a very nice neighborhood if they adopted the standard. So I'm not in favor of the variance for C, D, and E. And I think if we put that through, again, it's a 10-lot subdivision. It's not somebody dividing their lot in half and not building on it. So yeah, that's where I'll lead off. It's just to get the conversation going.
So we likely need to get a motion on the floor before we motivate and share our views, but I'm happy now that we've started that to carry on. Councillor St. Pierre.
We aim to please. I'll move variances A and B immediately, just so we can take care of them right away.
Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, second. Would you like to motivate?
No, I think that staff and the applicant have done a great job motivating, so.
Yeah. Anyone online wish to comment at this point, or Councillor Pearson? Yeah, I will vote in favor of this too. The Risic geotechnical assessment satisfied staff in terms of the setback, and this nature trail, the section of Birdsong Lane looks really delightful. That oceanfront access and stairway open to all members of the public. So yes, so we'll have a Councillor St. Pierre.
I just realized I would like to make a comment in response to some of the public comments. And that's that I do understand not wanting to devastate a beautiful area that looks scenic with, you know, the rocks and so on and so forth. But there's development going in at this point. And it doesn't make sense to, this is a form of density. And we need actual density in order to protect other green areas so that they don't actually need to be developed as much. I think it's actually preferable to put more density rather than actually spreading it out with larger lots. And so even though we do want to make sure that our spaces are nice, once we're developing an area, we should do our best with it.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, we're dealing with variances here today. They have approval for their subdivision and the zoning and everything. So it's just the variances we're dealing with. But I understand that public's concern, but unfortunately that ship has sailed. So we're just dealing with the variances today.
Okay, let's call that question. There's the motion. All those in favor? And online, you'll indicate no if you're not in favor. Otherwise, we'll. There you are. Okay, heads are nodding. All right. Oh, excuse me. I had a question through to the applicant in Mr. Thornton's absence. That the big picture question I asked earlier about the ultimate build out for Silver Spray. Do you have any insights into that and the status of the marina project and all the other big ideas over in Silver Spray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but unfortunately, I only represent the owner of these 9 lots. I don't represent Mr. Thornton, so I can't speak to that. Thank you, though.
It would be good to one day to have Mr. Thornton back in chambers so that we can get a fuller understanding. So over to staff.
So I can answer a little bit of that. So the overall development for Silver Spray is 127 residential lots. The marina with what's called the marina clubhouse at the top, golf course, and there's currently the Sooke cottages are continuing to be under construction. They're moving forward with that, and condominiums and some commercial use as well.
So 127 residential lots and a steady flow of resort visitors over time. And the ferry that Mrs. Lewis mentioned, have you any update on it?
My understanding is that Mr. Thornton is still exploring having that in place at some point.
So do we have, let's move to variant C. Here we have it in front of us. So we have a staff recommendation and alternative motion. Anyone here wish to move one or other? Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I don't like generally have a negative motion, but I would make a motion that we deny this variance C.
Yeah, okay. Do we have a seconder for staff recommendation? Councillor St. Pierre is seconded. Do we need to read this into the record at this point to the corporate officer?
Thank you for asking. It is in the agenda pack and on the screen, so I am clear on the motion, but if any member is unclear, I would suggest reading it out.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder, so motivation, please.
Yeah, I guess I was a little premature what I said earlier, but basically it stands. I think we do need a rural, it's they call it rural, but as you see, there's 127 residential lots going in the area. And this road, these roads need to be up to a standard of today's standards. And again, we put the standard through, we adopted it as a council. And I think we only vary it for exceptional circumstances, and I don't think this is one of them. So I would stand by my motion to deny C.
Thank you. And Councillor St. Pierre?
Ditto. I believe that if we don't actually build it now, then we're really shaping what's going to happen in that area forever in a lot of ways. And I think it's appropriate, especially given the number of people that are going to want to potentially walk on those pathways to get to the beach, so on and so forth, and all the rest. We're trying to move towards active transportation. This is the time to put this stuff in. If we start actually providing variances for this sort of development, there's really no end to it. There's really no development where we should actually have frontage improvements. That's terrifying because we've more or less removed the ability to actually shape our future in the way we want to. So I support the recommendations.
So up for further comment, Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, I always like it when there's an alternative motion to deny, because we have an application in process. We have zoning over there that's been in place for a number of years. Having toured there numerous times over the years, the road cross sections seem to be adequate, and I don't know what the actual surface of the road is. So I'm more of the can we work with the applicant, because it sounded like there was an appetite for the applicant to work with staff in their presentation. So a simple denying of the issuance of a variance permit takes away that opportunity to work towards a potential solution that probably satisfies both partners. You know, and I'm not in disagreement of, you know, our subdivision standards or our transportation master plan, but we're talking about an area that has, you know, as one of the people in the audience said, has been under construction for, I think, over 20 years now, with lots of variances that have come and gone. And hopefully everybody on council has had an opportunity to tour the facilities. You know, it's not my choice on whether I like it or not, but they've done what they said they were going to do largely. The development fits in there actually quite nicely. The 9-lot subdivision that is on the front end of that development is currently zoned for those 9 lots. So we're talking about how do we best fit it onto an existing road, 9-lot subdivision. So leaving some opportunity for our staff and for the applicant to work together to come up with a potential solution would be more, I think, in the alternative motion, but there's a motion on the floor. So that's my kind of thought on that.
Speaking order of Councillor Lajeunesse and then Beddoes.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Pearson there. I think what the proponent is proposing sounds like a better alternative to me, just given the topography and the kind of the natural beauty of that area. I would be more concerned with preserving that. It's relatively low density over there, and I think by pouring a bunch of concrete and trying to bring it up to more of an urban standard would be counterproductive. Just I've been over there many times, and I just think that by adding paved sidewalks, etc., would be kind of spoiling the natural splendor of the area.
Okay. And I'm a first-time speaker, so maybe I'll just make a few comments. I don't think I'm going to support this motion based on my wife and I drove out there yesterday, and it was remarkable to note how once we left Sooke and the painting of the long lines, and we enter the JDF, and suddenly there's no lines on the road, and you drive through that rural setting and you reach that spectacular view at the marina. And it just strikes me that it would be, I would agree with Councillor Lajeunesse that it would kind of spoil the vibe out there. It is a walking trail. Carol and I then went on that right of way. Beautiful trail that leads right from the marina. We didn't walk the whole thing by any means, but and this trail along the side of the road strikes me as more accommodating. Also, just to note again, this March 8th, 2021 decision by council to allow a modified rural collector road in lieu of the required urban suburban collector road, as it was known back then in the TMP, we did vote unanimously in favor of that standard for the opening section of Silver Spray, with the proviso that we put up traffic control measures such as speed signs and potential speed bumps were also discussed here in the minutes. So that's my thought. Councillor.
Yeah, I just want a little clarification is that staff is recommending rejection. They thrown this other alternative in case we don't go for that. That's not staff's recommendation. They're just throwing an alternative out there. And again, right now, it may not look like it makes 100% sense, but my concern is 20 years down the road, when people come back and say that council of the day should have got a wider road because it's driving us crazy down here. And I've seen it over and over and over again in Sooke. So I don't want to make the same mistake again. We want some open spaces for people. The transportation master plan was put in with a great deal of thought, and it was backed by this council. So I just want to make that clear that staff is not recommending the alternative, they're recommending refusal.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre is a second time speaker.
Just to follow up a little bit on that. If someone was to look at Sooke 20, 30 years ago, I'm sure they would have suggested that shoulders on the roads was exactly what was needed. We never need sidewalks. But at this point, most of the community is screaming for sidewalks. And we can barely afford to get sidewalks. This is our opportunity to pay for sidewalks. These lots are going to sell. They're going to do very well. It's a beautiful spot. This is the time to actually get the kind of infrastructure that the community needs. And it's pretty much our only opportunity. After that, it falls on the taxpayers. It's future taxpayers that will be paying the price for roads that aren't big enough and sidewalks that are not there. At this point, I don't believe that we're looking at a reduction in the number of lots if these improvements are made properly. We're still looking at 9 lots, if I'm not mistaken. So we're still looking at 9 lots. We're not reducing the applicant's opportunity to make some money off this, and I applaud them in doing so, and that's great. But putting the tax burden on future taxpayers, trying to figure out right now that our master plan is wrong because we drove down and looked around and therefore that's not the future. I don't think that's what we should be doing. There's a reason why we have master plans, and that's the reason why we let the community basically let us know what the future they want looks like. I don't think it's for us to throw it under the bus.
Okay, Mayor Tate, any comments? No?
I agree with what's been said by the mover and the seconder.
Well, I'll take an opportunity as a second time speaker to just note silver spray is an anomaly in Sooke. Of course, it was added to the district by back in 2005 or so. And I think what we've seen in recent discussions around Mowich, Woodlands, and Croydon Place have all led us to recognize that 404 needs a bit more nuance, where we're looking at proper implementation of complete streets in the town center and the recognition of rural areas as a distinction. However, having said that, let's put it to the vote. So the motion's on the floor for the staff recommendation. All those in favor? That's 2, 3 in favor, and that would mean the motion is defeated because 3 are opposed. Councillor Lajeunesse.
Just point of order, Chair. You'll need to call out those in opposition because otherwise you could assume anyone not voting is in favor.
Just about to do that.
Okay.
So well mentored by you over the years. Councillor Lajeunesse, Councillor Pearson, and Councillor Bateman have voted against. So that leaves us with
Is somebody speaking?
oh, Mike. Thank you. So I'd like to move the alternative motion. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Pearson. And I don't think I need to motivate any further than I already have. Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, I think this lends itself to working with the applicant and our staff. The applicant seemed willing to take some of the recommendations that were in there. I think it's an opportunity to work with an applicant and get the best out of what we can. Thank you.
Any further comments? So we'll put that to
Yeah.
the vote.
Sorry,
All those in favor?
I
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think working with the applicant to come up with a mutually agreeable solution is in this case is a better scenario. So I'll support the alternative motion.
Just a quick comment here, sorry. So we do have staff's alternative recommendation as well. So there's the alternative, which is the preference by the applicant. The staff alternative recommendation also includes some minimum conditions about fencing and also no parking signage. Just not sure if that was considered.
So perhaps I should be withdrawing my motion.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll withdraw that motion. Will the seconder withdraw? Okay. So we'll follow up and I will move this staff alternative recommendation as visible on the screen here. And just one more time to distinguish this from the previous alternative.
Myself. Yes, so the staff alternative recommendation is, it's the applicant's preference, their proposal to construct a modified cross-section with additional conditions, and this is how it differs, with that 1.5 to 2 meter high fence along the top of the rock cuts, and also no parking signage along the roadway, just to avoid for pedestrian safety, because cars aren't able to park within that width.
So this is the happy medium where the two streams meet. Okay, so any comments? You'll second that. Thank you for comment. So St. Pierre.
I think that as we compromise on every one of these permits with these types of variances, we're basically making it more difficult for developers as well. We're opening this up in terms of going on and on and on and not having the kind of speed that development would like to have. I do think also that we're ignoring recommendations that have been thought through. And I'm sorry, I just can't agree with this at this point in time. So hoping that to hear from staff on the recommendation, would that be possible?
The motion's on the floor, so, but I'd be happy as chair to allow that, if I'm allowed to do that. Councillor St. Pierre would like to ask through me to staff.
I'd like Mr. Carter to comment on.
It's just a comment at this point. The staff alternate recommendation is not a happy medium. Staff do not support the variance. The items that we have put in there are just minimum things that should be considered in alignment with what the applicant is proposing, but staff do not support the variance.
Right, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I can't support this as well, so I'll be voting against it for all the things I've discussed. And like I say, and I thank Councillor St. Pierre saying that we pay staff to really vet these things and have a look. And we just heard the recommendation from staff. This is not really a recommendation. This is just to get what we can out of it to improve the situation. So no, I won't support this motion at all.
So we'll put this, we'll call for a vote here. All those in favor? Two of us in favor. Councillor Lajeunesse, was that a hand up?
Yes, it was.
The three of us. And so, and those against? Councillor Beddoes, St. Pierre, and Mayor Tate. So. Was promised this would be an easy evening by the mayor. So through me, corporate officer, what's our next step here?
Thank you. And just to recap for the public watching, a split vote is defeated as per the community charter. What I would recommend is for proposed variance C to what I would recommend is for this piece of the variance is to direct it back to staff with any specific questions you might have. And ideally, this would come forward at the next meeting where we have a 7-member council where split votes are less likely.
And would that be a wise move for the remainder of the variances at this point?
We can proceed with the proposed or the variance D and E this evening and just defer variance C to the next regular council meeting and advise staff if there's any particular information that council would need to support their decision making at that time.
And are we to make a motion to that effect right now, or
Pardon?
Is a motion necessary?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. So that motion would look like, oh, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we defer all three of these to the next meeting so that we can have a better look at it. The agenda package was a little bit convoluted and I had a hard time following it myself. And I would like to have a little bit clearer understanding of what we're looking at here.
I would second that.
Okay, seconded, St. Pierre. Yes, Councillor Beddoes.
I have a question for staff. If something's defeated like that, you know, both motions, I guess, but even the second one, so the variance request has not gone through. So is it our right to look at it again when it's already failed? It has failed through your own wording. That variance request has failed. It wasn't a like.
Through the chair to council. So the first motion on the floor that failed was that council deny the issuance of the DVP. So in this case, it is a double negative. So we're denying the deniance. And in the second motion that was on the floor, it was that council authorized the DVP with specific conditions attached. So the opportunity for council to deliberate this DVP is still in order and can be adequately addressed at the next council meeting. If council did want to proceed to renew one of these motions, that is still also procedurally something we can do at the next meeting.
Yeah, I might challenge that.
We have a motion on the floor of deferral and Mayor Tate has something to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for this. I think for this to come back, I would appreciate it just a bit more rationale from the applicant. I know that the letter is here and there was a presentation today on why the objectives of our master plan cannot be met. The part where there was the variance, our staff found a compromise. So for like variance A, so that's all in there. The frontage, you know, and I get it, it's to relax that it's a rural nature of this area, but this rural nature is significantly different than what areas we've dealt with previously in Casinos and the like. There is a marina, commercial, golf course, cottages, vacation traffic, a lot of visitor traffic here, which is significantly different than large acreages where there may be just a home with a suite or a home-based business operating out of. So I need a bit more understanding. It just seems that, you know, I see the staff rationale and I understand why they're holding firm there. I don't see a reason to vary. That's not clear to me. It's just you want this. I don't know why. And I don't know why when it's raw land, the objectives can't be met. To some of the other councillors' point, this is new. You're putting in new infrastructure. So build it to the future standard that we need in our community. It's not a one-off scenario here. So I need that to consider varying from a master plan. I saw it in other instances. I don't see that here. But I'll just add that the ability for it to return isn't, I don't want the pressure going on to the council member that is absent today. It just, I think, might provide clarity to all of us here and provide a bit of benefit of time to look at that more thoroughly on why in this instance that variance is needed. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thank you to our three-term mayor. Always a wise one. So did you get the directions you need for 2 weeks from now? So let's put that motion to the vote. All those in favor of deferral? That's all in favor with those opposed? Councillor Beddoes is opposed. So that closes this particular portion of the meeting. Thank you very much. Five minutes. Yeah. Hey, Cindy. Hey. Okay, we're back in business. Yeah, I'm threatening use of the gavel. I'm gonna have to do it. Ah, you see? The soft touch always works.
Whoa.
Come on, Joe Phillips, cut it out back there. Oh, I'll hear about that later. Yeah, okay. So we're into the delegation portion of the evening, and we're delighted to have back the Village Initiatives, Cindy Andrew and Scott Bradford. Okay, please take it away.
Thank you for the invitation. And I'm Cindy Andrew, and I'm really excited to be here. And thank you very much, Councillor Bateman and others for the invitation. And thank you to the District of Sooke for being part of the Village Initiative. Very strong municipal voice and certainly kindred spirit when it comes to doing what we can to support the health and well-being of young people across this great community and by extension, Sooke West Shore region. I did want to extend regrets this evening for Renee, Lauren Gulbertson, who had wanted to be here tonight, but family matters pulled her away. Also, Dave Strange, who is Associate Superintendent for the Sooke School District and a longtime resident of Sooke, and another steward of the Village Initiative. And I would be remiss to not acknowledge Sooke Region CHN, the Community Health Network leader, Christine Bossy, here this evening as well, because Searchin is yet another member of this wonderful village of over 60 organizations and local governments that come together with a shared collective goal of supporting the health and well-being of young people. And per usual, I have a script and I've already strayed from it. But I did want to reiterate Sooke Family Resource Society, basically now part of the stewardship committee. Big believer in this notion of doing all they can for Sooke and also thinking regionally and collaboratively as part of that work. So I'm going to move us now to what was a very exciting, in fact, a first of its kind for our region. In February, we hosted a day and a half gathering. The first day included 40 plus young people coming together and about 20 of them from Sooke to do a deep dive into a recent pool of data called the Adolescent Health Survey, which basically acknowledged or gives to us a sense of how are our kids doing. And this evening, you're each online and hard copies provided tonight, a snippet of what the data tells us around how our young people are doing. Many are doing well, but there are lots of reasons to be concerned and there's work to be done. And that's frankly why the village was struck in the first place. And that the second part of that gathering in February brought together 100 plus leaders, including our Chief Public Health Officer for Island Health and many others, leadership of the school district, leaders from our community and community organizations coming together. And perhaps most importantly, the voice of youth also saying, we need to do things differently. We need to think regionally. We need to think collaboratively. And in fact, we have a roadmap for the future when we think about a youth strategy. And so I'm going to pass over to Scott to speak to some of those priorities identified in what we've called a roadmap or the potential for a regional youth strategy.
I noticed that there's 2 minutes and 13 seconds on this, but can I get another 5 minutes? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, my name is Scott Bradford. I run a social service agency called Thrive Social Services. And I also have a young person in my life that his name is Sam and he's my son. And he had a hard time as a young person. And so I come with a deep passion for this. I think if we did a show of hands around this room, most of us could probably identify with a young person in our lives that could benefit from extra services and extra supports. I certainly do with several of my friends. So I come to this to you today on behalf of my colleagues in the village, all of whom have this passion for young people and seeing them hopefully thrive, because we need every one of them to be strong and contributing to our society. So that's where we come to you. We come from a position of hundreds of years of wisdom, the leadership at the Village Initiative. I myself have 23 years in the business working with young people, and our collective years is in the hundreds of best practices refined, and we come together. This is something I do on the side of my desk. I have a job of running an agency, but we all 30 of us come together on a regular basis to break down silos and be more strategic in how we work with young people. And one of the big things we have done, as Cindy has said, is we have gone directly to young people. We have asked them, as well as the deep history we have and expertise we have. It has to come from young people in their communities. What do you need? And we have this beautiful document in its simplicity, but behind it is a tremendous amount of expertise and wisdom and youth voice. And these 5 things that you see in this is our recipe for success in the future as we build a legacy for young people. We have the opportunity. We come to this now knowing that there are youth issues, serious youth issues. This community is not unlike all of the communities of the West Shore out to Port Renfrew. We all have youth issues. Yeah.
Have a motion for another 5 minutes. Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Pearson and St. Pierre. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. So those 5 priorities that young people have brought to us. Number 1, public transportation, public transit. If you have a job, you need to get there. You need to get there in a safe way, an affordable way. Second, places, safe places that young people can go to, where they have a sense of belonging, where there's great staff, there's programs that meet their needs on a nightly basis. Ideally, 6-7 days a week at a cost, low cost, no cost scenario for them. Programs and services, number 3, affordable, free access that meet their needs in various age groups, because what's different, what a 6-year-old needs is different than what a 12-year-old needs, which is different than a 17-year-old needs. We need to have adaptable programs. We need young people that have meaningful connections. So it's not just a place to go, it's what you do when you're there, how you are engaged. We have our schools. We also have these centers that receive young people and provide programs for them that meet their needs, whether it's leadership, arts, recreation, sports, the gamut. And lastly, that sense of possibility, where young people know that we are supporting them, we are listening to them, and we as leaders in our community are coming together to pull our resources together to make things happen best on these kind of best practices, right? So we're trying to eliminate the silos. We're trying to eliminate those programs that aren't meeting the needs. They're well-intentioned, but they're not best practice. This collective information here is our roadmap. We call it a roadmap. And if by properly investing in that roadmap, we will have fantastic outcomes for young people. We see it in our work. We see it across Canada. There's no reason why we can't do this here. So we're here to help. Our network of 30+ partners are here, 60 leaders, 60 agencies are here to provide that to you folks. Hopefully that we can do this together in a collaborative way, bring those silos down, attract more resources because we're more strategic. We've seen it in other jurisdictions. It can work here. So thank you.
Maybe if I'll just add a practical example of, and we're not here to sell you on the idea of the village, because I think frankly, we know we need to do things differently. We have leaders around the table who came together to say, we know we cannot keep pace with the growth and the needs, the social service and health related needs. We need to do things differently. So when a call came from government to say, who in British Columbia needs a foundry, which is basically a one-stop shop, 12 to 25-year-old service delivery mechanism. We were able to rally. We did about 6 months worth of work in 6 weeks because we have the relationships. You have the relationships. You have trusted partners with hundreds of years of experience. And we were successful in that pursuit. And as Thrive is now going through due diligence from their board perspective around taking on the development of a foundry, that was pitched thinking regionally, thinking collaboratively as a way to basically provide infrastructure to support integrated service delivery, through a hub and spoke model. So you'd have a West Shore hub, but you would also have a space in Sooke, and you would have a space in Port Renfrew and Pachudat. So there's a real practical example of what's possible when people work together, and also resist the pull for sort of the reactive, what I would call the gumdrop of it sort of feels good. And yet deep down, we probably know more of sort of that gumdrop siloed, single initiative, disconnected kinds of efforts are not very helpful when we know that the situations we're facing with young people are pretty complex and require complex solutions. And I'm 100% believer where there is a will, there's a way. I also will leave us with a question of when will what we know change what we do? And we have known for decades what we need to be doing to better support young people. And I think we have an opportunity in our fast growing area to do differently and take some leadership. And we have reams of evidence to build on to put into practice. So I'll end there.
So, yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. We absolutely are sold. And my first question, then I'll throw to council, is how do you work with the District of Sooke? I think you have a staff person within your team of 60 partners.
Yeah, well, thank you. And the genesis of what we now call the Village Initiative, we went through a bit of a rebrand a while ago. We had the acting CAO at the table who was part of the strategic planning exercise that said we have 3 priorities: space, service coordination, and enhanced capacity. At this point, I can tell you I've had the pleasure of connecting with your economic development coordinator. In fact, tomorrow she joins the Village Initiative. We have a data work group that is about supporting data-informed decision-making and pooling the data that we have to make better decisions when it comes to accessing people and dollars, et cetera. I've connected with your communications person because a very practical idea that has been tabled was, gee, wouldn't it be great to have a bit of an online clearinghouse, if you will, of what's going on for kids in our community? Very responsive. And of course, thinking as a village and as a region, I'm like, well, if Sooke wants to start it, but let's do this with an eye to Sooke West Shore families appreciating the fluidity of our families. So there's 2 examples. And then certainly over the years, your former city planner I've connected with as well, because the issue of space, which of course we all appreciate, space drive services. We have service delivery groups like Scott's saying, I could redeploy people and dollars to Sooke and West Shore. I just can't find affordable, appropriate space to work out of. And people aren't looking for free space. And so that is a piece of the work that we're doing. And on behalf of the village is trying to figure out how do we further that agenda so we can look at shared use agreements, multi-purpose facilities. So you get a nice hub of service delivery, as an example.
Okay. Thank you. Good answer. So I think Councillor Lajeunesse was first up. Oh, Councillor St. Pierre is first, and then Councillor Beddoes.
I think you've actually answered a lot of my questions, because my question was really going to be, it's excellent to have information about what the Village Initiative is doing and so on and so forth. Of course, we do support, but what does that support tangibly look like? Like, how does local government best support our youth, and what are the things that you would like local government to be doing?
I love that question. One example, actually, and I was just asked that by the mayor of Colwood, and he said, what can we do? We believe in this work. Should we appoint a councillor to, for instance, an intermunicipal committee or something like that works to support the work of the village? There's an example. Allocation of some of your staff to be part of this work. And informally, you've done that, perhaps unknown to you, but kudos for being ahead of it. And the other, I think, is to, well, if you look at the backside of this roadmap, you'll see 4 key points. One is to incorporate youth voice into municipal planning and programming. And just today, I saw a new resource from BC Healthy Communities that was produced in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health that was specific to local governments to say, here are the kind of things local governments can do as part and parcel of supporting young people. Another would be, and in essence, the Village Initiative has tried to fill this role, albeit modestly, given we're this informal network, nobody's getting rich on this, I can tell you that, is around social planning. Is what capacity do we have in-house as a local government? And, I can tell you other neighboring municipalities would probably acknowledge as we've been growing our communities, we've not paid as much attention to the social infrastructure. And more housing brings wonderful promise, but it also brings the potential of problems and challenges, right? And the other is around space. Municipal governments can play a real strong role in terms of facilitating or brokering the kinds of deals that can make good quality space happen for many well-deserving, credentialed, appropriately, fiscally strong, et cetera, nonprofit service providers. So I think I'd encourage you to have a look at that possibility as well. Thanks for the question.
Councillor Beddoes, then La Jeunesse.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. It's eye-opening, and certainly I agree with Councillor, our acting mayor. What's not to like about this? It's very good. The only thing I didn't hear, and unless I missed it in here, but it happens sometime, where does the province sit in this? I mean, we constantly deal with social problems, and it always comes back $2 from the province, because quite frankly, we don't have a lot of cash to spread around. We're not a very rich community, because all our tax dollars comes from residential, 90% of it from residential taxes. So some of these are pretty, when you're dealing with counselors and spaces and rentals and all that sort of stuff, where does the province come of this? Because they would have to be on side for the money side of it. Or is that up to us as a collective group to go beat on the province and try and get a buck or two out of them? So if you could comment on that, I appreciate it.
Sure, I'll start, and maybe Scott, you can have some other comments. But I think that's part of it, is that collective voice. And when you have, a quite the array of organizations with significant clout coming together, so it isn't one small little voice, but rather an entire region with plenty of wisdom and partners behind it, that helps. I also think that, and I don't disagree with you, there's a responsibility at all levels. So that focus where we can on our own sphere of influence, but also be mindful of where we can leverage other existing opportunities. I think you respectfully go to UBCM. Did I say that right? My acronyms are always, little auditory and visual processing challenge, so forgive me. I myself have been part of conversations provincially with the Public Health Association of BC and with our chief public health officer for the island, who says, this is good work, we need to do this. And I'm like, good, make sure it goes up the chain as well. So I believe in acting locally. I also believe in acting on other levels of responsibility. And I think the village is a voice through which we can do that.
Have you worked on the MLA?
Have I worked on the MLA?
Yes.
Who is most certainly a supporter, and in fact,
good,
to his credit and to the credit of the school district, were combined with Island Health, were the founding stewards of the Village Initiative that said, we are one system, we can't do this work alone. And I certainly know that our MLA is a very strong proponent of this. I say the village work, which really means what we're talking about here tonight. Thanks.
Okay, so Councillor La Jeunesse.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this important work that you're doing. And coincidentally, in the last couple of weeks, I've read several articles about how kids don't really have a social life outside of social media. Since the advent of smartphones and social media, there are more kids suffering from depression and loneliness than ever before. And I know COVID didn't help, but the problem started before that. COVID just exacerbated the problem. And so I think the work that you're doing is timely. And yeah, I think we all need to work together to come up with solutions. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you for this update. Exciting to hear about the Foundry. And so when the hub and spoke model, so here in Sooke, will you be operating out of an existing Sooke Family Resource Society or where? How does that work?
Well, the Foundry application was, our board of directors is going to be voting on that in the next couple of weeks. So we're in early days. We have up to 3 years to launch the service. There's a series of steps that have to happen, particularly youth engagement. But we have had early on discussions with some folks in this region around what might be possible. So we're confident that there will be a suitable location for Foundry services in this region. Yeah.
And I understand, so did Colwood move ahead and appoint a council appointee to your team, or?
The, well, we haven't really gotten back to the mayor quite yet. We responded affirmatively saying that's a great idea. And we need to do a little bit of homework on what that looks like.
Right.
But there was also an invitation extended through Mayor Kobayashi, acknowledging that the regional mayors get together fairly frequently, and would that be a forum for more in-depth conversation? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on these next steps.
Thank you very much. And I just want to remark that I will leave some extra copies on the front stool here if any members of the public would be interested, or they can also go to the Village Initiative website and see it there. Thank you for your time and your commitment to service.
Okay, so we move on to our second delegation tonight. This is Transition Sooke and Sooke Food Chi on the Sooke Community Gardens project. Next steps. So welcome, Levi.
There we go. Thank you so much to Sooke Council for having us here today. My name is Levi Meganber. I'm a member of Transition Sooke Sustainable Food Security and Agriculture Action Group, and also a board member for Sooke Food Chi. Really excited to be here to present an update on the Sooke Community, Sooke Community Garden project on this very apt Earth Day. So the timing couldn't have been better. Before diving into some of the details on the project update, first of all, I just really wanted to thank council and staff for your existing support on this project. Without the previous approval of the $7,000 of grant funding and also the hard work of staff through the site assessment process, we wouldn't be here today talking about this vital initiative. So kudos and huge heartfelt thanks. In terms of background, this project started last summer through a council conversation around the opportunity to develop further community gardens within the region. It was deferred to the next strategic planning session. Afterwards, Transition Sooke applied for a grant through the Community Climate Action Seed Funding, which was approved. So thank you very much. But it was contingent on finding a location to establish this community garden. So since that time, we've been working very closely. So that's Transition Sooke and Sooke Food Chi on a comprehensive site assessment process in collaboration with local staff to really identify where are those best opportunities within Sooke to establish new community gardens moving into the future. So now that we've wrapped up that site assessment process, ultimately we're here seeking guidance from council and also a request for some support to keep this important project moving forward into the future. I won't spend too much time on this. There's a lot of benefits associated with community gardens. We've all seen the price of food rising at a wild rate over the last several years. We've also all heard about the increasing reliance on the food bank across Canada, but especially here in Sooke as well. So this is a really important initiative to improve food security for physical and mental health, developing community. We also know the demand is here. So the Sun River Community Garden has been over capacity almost since the day it was established. And we already have 30 interested members in an allotment garden on a wait list from a couple posts on Facebook. So we know there's a lot of strong community demand for this kind of community amenity now and into the future. There's also going to be more density. So let's set some space aside now to make sure we're creating that space for Sooke residents into the future. Won't go too much into the vision and goals because I know we're short on time. It's a two-phase project. Phase one is really looking to establish 50 allotment gardens and 50 square meters of community space for commons gardens to grow food to support the Sooke Food Bank. Not really, we're looking to address a number of elements associated with food security as part of this project. This particular project as well has only gotten as far as it has due to partnerships. So once again, thanks to the council and staff. I also want to call out Sooke Region Food Chi. We've got a couple of members and directors here in the public that would love to speak in support later through the public conversation. Sooke Region Communities Health Network and the newly developed Sooke Food Policy Council have been vital contributors to this project. And of course, calling out Christine Bossy as well, has a few words to speak to maybe later in the public session as well. And then also the Sooke Food Bank. We've had some preliminary conversations with their staff. And although there's not a formal agreement yet, we'll be continuing to work with them as we look to move this project forward. So the site assessment process, over the last 6 months, we've been working very closely with Sooke staff on developing a comprehensive site assessment process using a multiple accounts evaluation process. We brought on a community garden site selection specialist. We just so happened to luck out that a master's student at UVic who'd done a study on this was available and willing to support. So we had some expert guidance in terms of crafting that assessment process. We identified 15 criteria and then that were reviewed and confirmed by staff. And then over the fall and winter, we had volunteers to assess 13 different sites within 1.5 kilometers of the core over half an acre. So then the properties were scored and ranked and reviewed by district staff. And ultimately that brings us to this short list that I'm presenting here. So just to summarize, we essentially took the top 5 sites and really focused on that with Sooke staff around how can we maybe look at moving one or more of these options forward. So that's John Phillips Memorial Park, Lot A as the top 2, and then Broomhill Park, the Navarrete Dog Park, and Woodland Creek Park as options 3 to 5. In terms of sort of key findings and next steps.
Quickly, can we get another 5 minutes for this, please? Councillor St. Pierre is moved and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All approved? Yeah. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So we identified sort of 2 time horizons in order to be able to move community garden projects forward within the Sooke community. So I'll start with the longer term. So for the John Phillips Memorial Park and Lot A Wadhams Way sites, staff have recommended that additional master planning work is required before they would feel comfortable and confident recommending that we establish community gardens at either of those sites. So we have some suggested recommendations around how we can keep that in mind as we move forward into the future. And then from a short or medium term perspective, we actually removed Broomhill Park from the list based off some preliminary neighborhood feedback that was very strongly supportive of retaining the existing playground and the space for family use. But Navarrete Dog Park and the Woodland Creek Park both seemed like potential viable options to consider in the short to medium term. So we have a suggested recommendation there as well to kind of keep exploring the opportunity for an additional community garden at those spaces over the course of 2024. And yeah, really looking forward to getting staff's thoughts and guidance on that moving forward. I won't spend too much time on these. We have a couple locations in the report in the package in terms of where at those 2 locations we would envision a community garden potentially going. So in terms of the suggested recommendations, the first one that council directs staff to consider integrating community gardens through the John Phillips Memorial Park and Lot A master planning processes. So that really just speaks to the requirement for some additional master planning to be done. These were our top 2 ranked sites for community garden for a number of reasons. They're very close to the core. There's a lot of space. Maybe not at Lot A, but through further master planning, we may confirm feasibility there. A lot of access to transit, etc. So still hoping we can consider those in the future. So the second, that council requests staff to develop a report for working with Transition Sooke and Sooke Food Chi on developing a community garden in the shorter term, including feasibility of a 2024 implementation. So I want to call specific note to this one. I think this one's really critical. We put a huge amount of work in through a pretty robust process in terms of identifying where these could potentially go. It seems like there's some potential low-hanging fruit opportunities with some minor additional work, including some targeted neighborhood engagement and confirming parking and a couple other pieces. So we would love if Sooke Council would be open to supporting this motion in particular. If you're going to support anyone, this is the one to keep the momentum moving forward. And then the final 2, that council can include community gardens in the upcoming council strategic plan process. So how can we continue to be looking at food security and community gardens into the future? And then finally, this is tangentially related, but I wanted to plant the seed while we're here today. That council consider entering a service agreement with Sooke Foodchi to support a long-term food security coordinator in the upcoming council strategic plan. We recognize that food security is a very important strategic priority that council has talked about a lot in the past. And we have a lot of really strong, well-experienced nonprofits that can really help support the district in moving some of these initiatives forward. So we'd love to have further conversations in the future to talk about how our local nonprofits can work together to support Sooke on improving food security moving into the future. With that, I wanted to thank you so much for having us here today, and look forward to answering any questions council may have.
Thank you. Super presentation, complete with those recommended motions. So over to council. Anyone, Councillor Beddoes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having some problems, and I'll come right out and say it. It's called money. We just had the community grants come through with Friends of Sooke asked for some money, and we were told by staff that they didn't have the time to deal with them, so we cut them back. So my concern is the pressures on staff to do this. Staff have a lot of jobs to do. So I'm a little worried about that. And have you done a cost analysis of putting a garden in John Phillips? You know, what do your estimate? It sounds like you put a lot of work in this, and I thank you for that. And I thank you for your presentation. But what are we looking at dollar wise? I mean, to me, if I'm looking at my idea of John Phillips Park, but we'd have to run in water, we have to run in hydro, we'd have to bring in soil, we'd have to put a 30-foot fence to keep the deer out. I'm just exaggerating there, as you see. So if have you got any sort of a cost analysis of what that would cost? Because we've just passed 10.3 something% on the taxes as it is, and every $100,000 we spend is another percentage on people's taxes. So very conscious of that. So I'm concerned about the dollar side of things. The other thing, and just a little comment, is I don't have a problem bringing this up in strategic plan. That's what we're supposed to be doing, and that fits into it. Lot A, I think you'll find that it's already being used up. We've got plans for that. So anyways, the first question, have you got a dollar amount, what it would cost? Even a location in John Phillips Park, I don't know. I didn't see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly. So great questions. And so through the chair, we did include an initial budget as part of our grant application ask. What we didn't include in that budget was if there was a requirement to establish a new water meter or a brand new connection from the street to a new water box and water meter, which would potentially add another $5,000. So I would say it would depend on how far we would need to dig a trench and pipe to tie in. That's one factor. So that was a key element of our site assessment criteria process, is which of the locations have an existing water hookup within the park. So John Phillips, I understand, does have that connection. Depending on where in the long term, based off that master planning process, we might look to locate a community garden. We may need to revisit sort of the original budget. That being said, we've got a large group of dedicated volunteers with open to sweat equity. So if we need to be digging some trenches, I'm sure we could bring a group of people together and get some of those things done. So there's a lot
more complicated than that, but that's okay. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yeah. But my main concern is the overall cost to the district, and B, the overall cost of time to our staff, which we are very conscious of. And with the recent developments, I'm not so sure that what we can give you would meet your needs. So my suggestion is that, again, I'll leave it up to council here, but maybe we discuss it further with staff and strategic planning and have a look at it. There may be some movement there, but there's a lot of unanswered questions for me, but I appreciate you looking into it, and that's good. Thank you.
Can I provide one more follow-up comment on that?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
I think in terms of budget with the two shorter term options, including the Navarrete Dog Park and the Woodland Creek Park, we should have budget to accommodate a community garden in the short term at those locations. There's also further grant application opportunities. So like we're not at this time asking for any further financial support from the District of Sooke. We're really just looking for a space where we can set down some roots and use the money we have and start building on the success of the work and effort to date. From a staff time perspective, I do agree it is an important consideration. Our organization is open to and has committed the ability to support staff on some of these things. Like we're happy to take the reins on some neighborhood consultation as long as we have direction from Sooke staff in terms of what the minimum requirements for that would be. And then the last kind of piece is we'll need to do some collaboration and brainstorming on sort of parking and vehicular access. But that could be a small amount of work or it could be more work. We just have to explore that in greater detail. So we're asking for just a little bit of staff time to kind of get the ball rolling. And we're happy to step forward and provide a lot of our local volunteer support to keep this thing moving forward.
Okay, so we have a speaking order here of Councillor Lajeunesse, St. Pierre, Pearson, and then Mayor Tate. So Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, this was something that I was going to bring up in strat planning, but and that is that as we approve subdivision and development, that we ask rather than just dedicated park space, that we have dedicated park space with the improvements needed for community gardens, like improve soil perhaps, and irrigation and fencing. And now there's going to be a cost to maintain those things, and I'm not sure where that all lands, but be something that we could ask staff about.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor St. Pierre.
So this is actually going to be a question for staff because questions have come up in terms of how much staff resources that this might require. I think that Councillor Beto's question is well put. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into. But I think that many of the questions that Councillor Beto is hoping to have answered would be ideally answered in a staff report. And how long would that take? And how much of a burden would that be?
Thank you. Through the chair to council. My understanding is staff have done some looking into this, and what we would recommend is for council to bring it up through strategic planning, and so that staff can get a more comprehensive sense of council's will and direction, and then provide subsequent staff reports on different components of this as directed.
Okay, my further question, I think for Ms. Whitford Levi. I'm not going to try the last name, sorry.
Wise choice.
Would be, given that we don't actually have a direct date for the strat plan, what would this imply for your timelines if we were to wait for the strat plan?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I guess my biggest concern is potentially waiting several months for a strat plan to then identify sort of within the next, say, another 6 months when a staff report would potentially come forward, potentially jeopardizes the large amount of community sort of inertia and initiative behind this one. We have a large group of volunteers who are ready to roll up our sleeves and do what it takes to keep this process moving forward. We have the funding that I know is waiting in the district coffers to provide the additional 3,500 over so we can keep going on this one. So I guess my only concern is I would be concerned maybe about a waning of sort of commitment and really like being ready to dig in and move it forward. So that's maybe potentially the risk of deferring. But once again, totally deferring to council for your judgment on this one.
Ms. Wagner. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to council. For clarity, strategic planning is scheduled for the end of June.
In June.
That's correct.
We don't know the agenda.
The further.
Further. Okay. Councillor St. Pierre.
I have more to say, but I think that Councilor Pearson.
Councilor Pearson.
Yep. Thank you for your presentation. And as always, food security is, becoming more and more prevalent with, what we're seeing out there. Your criteria for selecting, I'm kind of interested in the background of that because it looks like it's all public property that you focused in on what's controlled by the district and that's the partnership that you're looking for. If I look at our map, we have huge tracts of agricultural land within our district, which it seems to me this is a natural opportunity for a partnership with a private entity as opposed to a public entity, because the political aspect may or may not have weighed into your deliberations on these sites. Lot A, John Phillips Memorial Park. Anytime we talk about removing parkland, it's met with opposition. Public opposition, and I'm not saying it's always going to be met with opposition, but it has to go through due process because it's potentially a disposal of an asset. So when I look at our properties and I see huge tracts of green here throughout our district, have you explored or have you considered in your terms of reference looking at private agricultural land?
Yeah, so great question through the chair. We've had quite a few conversations with staff on opportunities for private land. We have reached out to a couple private land holders, including the Masonic Lodge. We reached out to Ayr Manor, sort of with some preliminary thoughts. We haven't heard back from Ayr Manor yet. We did reach out to the Drennan housing project and actually found out they have a very small community garden there with I think 15 beds. One of our concerns, I think, is sort of the long-term sustainability of a community garden. And I know through historical experience with other community gardens throughout the region that there's times where community gardens pop up for a few years and then they disappear. And I think based off the vision for the Sooke Community Gardens, we really want to establish permanent opportunities for people to access land, to get their hands into the dirt, learn about growing their own food and building food security as we continue building up in more sort of apartments and condos, and people lose that opportunity in their backyards to kind of easily access food to grow. So we're primarily, I think, concerned about sort of that long-term sustainability piece. And also to a certain extent, council has identified this as a core sort of priority, food security. And so I think it's also an opportunity for council to really weigh in on those values and support that from a sort of a public perspective. So thank you.
Pretty good answer. And I don't mean tongue in cheek, I'm just saying it is a good answer. However, Sooke Community Association is also the holder of some fairly significant.
Interesting.
Okay, so we have Mayor Tate, you're up next.
Thank you, everyone, for the presentation. I was just going to provide maybe a motion here. And that would be that council directs staff to report back on the delegation report and requests from the Sooke Garden project and describe what steps may be taken in the short, medium, and long term. Should I maybe email that to somebody?
Motion, did we capture it on screen?
Pardon me, Mayor Tate, can you slowly say that again?
Yep. That council directs staff to report back on the delegation report and requests from the Sooke Community Garden project and further describe what steps may be taken in the short, medium, and long term.
So a variation on the second of the suggested recommendations here. So would you like to motivate Mayor Tate?
I would, yes. Thank you to the presenter and to all the community members and council for bringing this forward today. It's a little bit different because there is the delegation report that lists out some asks, and some of those will require some staff input determine what those look like. So even looking at John Phillips Memorial, I can't recall exactly when that master planning would kick off, but it certainly is not in the short term. And then also on some of the other ones here, council strategic planning certainly is coming up. And then into a service agreement, we need more information on what funding and the like would look like, sort of beyond council strategic planning. But in the meantime, when we look at some of the other, what was in this report here that was provided, and in where other lands were considered, whether that's the Carver Navarrete lands or others, staff had indicated that some neighborhood consultation is needed and there's other answers to questions that need to be sought. So this way, a report from staff would also be like, okay, this is what neighborhood engagement we're looking for. This is what sort of parking would look like, and could outline those as possibilities. Given the growth and the demand that we've already seen for the Sun River, it's likely one new garden won't be enough. So where does more than one garden look like? And what is the capacity of the organizers to actually take up more than one, should that happen? And then at the same time, when we're talking about policy, to Councillor Lajeunesse point on larger scale developments, incorporating this, we've asked for this in some cases, and I have yet to see one delivered. So how would we actually make that happen when it seems that all we have is pushback on anything, even getting parkland that's usable? So how do we actually put that into a policy and make it happen? That's another conversation. It could be more, it would come from the OCP, I don't know. But in order to what the presenter raised on losing momentum, how do we keep that momentum? Where's some wins that we can keep doing together in the short term? What does medium look like? And then over the long term, where does this come into play? And what avenues can we explore? So these are all pieces. I don't want to lose that momentum. Just how do we harness this and actually evolve it a little bit, rather than one of us will remember to bring it up strategic planning, and then it'll come to Mount. Yeah, you just see it fizzling apart. So I'd rather just harness that energy and keep working together and understand the staffing impact and what we can actually achieve, and what's reasonable. And then how do we mobilize from there?
I think this speaks to our previous strat plan or our existing strat plan, because it's the one that still actually guides us. And that's where we're looking for food security. But clearly, one of the reasons we haven't moved forward on food security, and it's no fault of our staff, is because we don't have the expertise. Now, when we don't have the expertise, what we need to do is to form partnerships to make things happen. That's why we have things like service agreements and so on and so forth. We know that food security is important. We've agreed in the past, and I've motivated towards things like a food policy council and potentially having a coordinator make that happen. At this point in time, we actually have a group, a number of partners come together with energy, money, a vision, a drive. All we need to do is to provide a small amount of support, and we can actually start meeting our own objectives. Sorry, they can meet our objectives for us. Or I'm having a hard time saying no to this. And I think that's all I'm going to say at this point.
Further comments, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, more of a question, and I probably should have this in front of me, but not necessarily. Is a community garden acceptable use in the park? I'm asking staff, sorry, through the chair to staff. I mean, I know in every class and things, there's acceptable uses, and I don't have it in front of me, so that's why I'm asking staff for that question. Is it acceptable use in a park?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe it would be. If it is,
You believe it will be, or is it in there?
it's not specifically to my understanding, but I believe generally it would be a park use, could be.
Okay.
Perhaps Jeff.
Yeah, if it's not in there, it's something council could specify. And in terms of the land being used for it, it wouldn't have to be like a dedication to remove it from parkland. They could have an agreement and go into it.
Okay. It was just popped up there in my mind, because as stated by another councilor, I can't remember which one, is, you know, anytime we mess with any parkland, the pitchforks come out. So we just want to make sure that we do this, that our ducks are in a row and it's clear. So anyways, so just a little comment. The other thing is, I do believe that the place to discuss this in great detail is the strategic planning. I know it doesn't quite fit with your timeline to get on with it tomorrow. We will get I think it'll probably take staff a good few weeks to write up the thing anyways, and then we'll be into May and we'll be into June pretty quick. So strategic planning is where we have to prioritize with the resources we have. And I think that's the place where it's going to come out. Thank you.
Second time speaker, Councillor St. Pierre.
Fortunately, it's already in our strat plan, and that's the one that guides us now. We just haven't acted on it. We have an opportunity to act on it. This is for us to get done. The revised will likely include elements of food security. There's no reason to hold back on this. It's already in our strat plan, and staff has already been working with the proponents to actually move this forward. It's actually just a waste of our own resource and our own money that we've already put in if we don't move forward at this point in time. And what we're asking for here, what we're looking for here, is a report so that you can actually have most of these questions answered properly.
Okay, any further comments before I weigh in? And I'll just say I'm wildly in favor of this. Thank you very much for bringing it forward. It is in the OCP. Community garden development is one of many priorities. Excuse me. And this motion that the mayor has brought forward aligns with your second recommended motion. It does not cite Transition Sooke and Sooke Food Chi, but staff understand that. So a question through me to you would be, who are your staff champions here at the district?
For sure, yeah. So big thanks to Jessica Boquist, Christina Moog, and Emma Taylor as well as a more recent joiner to the project process. They've been sort of along for the ride for the whole process and provided very valuable insight and support and guidance through the assessment process.
Okay, so they're motivated and they'll report back to us quickly. I agree with Councillor Beddoes around strategic planning for food security as the big picture piece. And here is something very specific that can get started soon. I was concerned with parking in your two locations. I'm now asking questions off emotion. Probably that's what the report is for. Okay, so let's bring this motion to a vote. It's up on the screen here. So all those in favor? And I think that's unanimous with a thumbs up from Councillor Lajeunesse. Okay. Thank you very much for.
Thank you so much, Council. Really appreciate your time.
All right, so that portion of the meeting is over. It's 9:08 and we're moving along. We'll take a break in another 20 minutes or so, but for now we'll move into the report of the Chief Administrative Officer. Rachel Gray is not with us tonight. Is anyone here to make that presentation? Chief, the Chief, all hail.
Good evening, Council, and thank you. As you know, Rachel's under the weather, so I asked her if she wanted me to sit in, so here I am. So obviously she did submit something in your package. I'm not going to go over that entire document. We've highlighted some things just to touch on tonight. So if you bear with me, I'll review some of those things. So this weekend was a busy one. I think if anybody was out and about in town, you could see lots going on. So we had the first Sooke Country Market of the season taking place right here beside us at Saturday from 10 till 2. I drove by. It was a busy spot, and it looked like it was quite successful. Also held Sookerama. It was hosted in partnership with the Sooke Lions and District. It was held at Sea Park on Saturday and well received by many attending. The Friends of Sooke Park Society conducted a park cleanup and a fire smart activity in Millennium Park on Sunday. And always on Sunday, the Rotary Club participated in a community cleanup along Highway 14. This Friday, the district is leading a community cleanup event as part of our Earth Day festivities. Those interested can meet at Broomhill Playground at 9:30 a.m. All ages are welcome as the community comes together for more fire smart activities and a community cleanup and invasive species removal. On Saturday, April 27th, the district's Earth Day celebration will run alongside the Sooke Country Market, and include numerous educational exhibitors. We have received a donation of 180 trees that the district will be giving away. They are a combination of Japanese snowbell and Chinese dogwood, both which are fire smart trees. On the human resources side of things for our team here in Sooke, we're excited to welcome over my left shoulder, we have Anastasia Robertson. She's new to the role of community services assistant, and she is here tonight, as I stated, and welcome aboard, Anastasia. Madison Crawford is our new fire prevention inspector and life safety educator. He started work with us the other day, and he is currently attending our wildfire and resiliency training summit, along with Deputy Chief Wayne Kennedy and our park lead, Angela Sinclair. That's up in Prince George, and they're there for 3 days to get educated in regards to wildfire and fire smart processes. We were fortunate to meet our new Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Chris Marshall. Chris will begin work with us June 2nd of this year, and there will be a news release highlighting his appointment that will be going out in short order. We currently have open postings for the Director of Financial Services with the Financial Services team. We also have a general support clerk and seasonal auxiliary parks laborers. We are currently interviewing or screening for several other positions, including auxiliary bylaw enforcement officer, engineering technologist 2, deputy director of corporate services, lead engineering technologist, emergency program manager, and wastewater lead operator. One other item to highlight from the CAO report is that the current call for crosswalk additions and improvements. So we are seeking community input on proposed additions and improvements to crosswalks, such as where residents would like pedestrians lights added, on local roads. Input can be submitted online or by phone until May 15th, 2024. And that's all I have for tonight. Be happy to try and answer some questions. Thank you.
Okay, some big news in that little summary there. And any questions from anybody? I don't see anyone online, so I was curious about the Moti follow-up. And I don't know if this is a question for you, sir, or whether we should wait for Ms. Gray to return. And
I would suggest we wait for Ms. Gray to return. Thank you.
Staff will be debriefing about the presentation 2 weeks ago and identifying actions and quasi commitments made by ministry staff and following up. And then there will be a quarterly meeting system to ensure regular engagement between the two staffs. Currently, it's being on an as needed basis, which is great. But now here we're going to solidify this up further. So I look forward to hearing more from Ms. Gray next time. Okay, so
Mike.
You're muted.
yes, seconded by Lajeunesse. Okay. I don't have Councillor McMath here to remind me routinely about. Okay, so we enter that wonderful part of the evening, the public question and comment period. So all are welcome to the mic, one after next. Start. Oh, sorry, we need to vote on that last motion. All those in favor? Okay. Frequent flyer points.
I just wanted,
welcome.
I had to move a little bit. I'm starting to seize up. I just wanted to speak to the delegation for the community gardens. I sent you all an email with pictures of the community gardens in View Royal Park. It's their park. And there's a kids park in there and there's people walking around in there and it's all great. It all works beautifully. There are places in the park in John Phillips Memorial where you just put water in. So there's ways to mitigate that situation. But also in our present community plan, OCP, and in the ag plan, it's in there. It's in there to put in community gardens. It hasn't happened in the developments, and I was glad to see it happen in the Drennan property there. We went down there, there's 16 beds in there that they don't know how to manage, so we're looking at that. But every time a development comes up, I forgot to mention that even with Silver Spray, where's your community garden? Everyone should have a garden in it, and it needs to be ready. It has to be fenced, it has to have water, and it has to have good soil in it, not a gravel pit. So those are things that council can do right now. A development comes up, put a community park, put a community garden in there. Then we're not looking for more land. But we do have land there that's sitting there, and putting in a community garden does not destroy a park. It builds on the park. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll be hearing about that shortly at the community garden. Any other, Mr. Anderson is approaching the mic.
Good evening, Chair, Council, staff.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Steve Anderson, 6788 Blanchard Road. And just a little comment on something I actually heard earlier from an applicant as far as Silver Spray was going on there. And it's stuck in my mind actually for a couple of years, and I want to fulfill a promise I said to a lady back when I was doing actually my election campaign, and she asked me a question: why do they keep putting lines on country roads? A country road, and I heard it earlier, something about, you know, putting a line on somewhere. Country roads aren't supposed to have lines in the middle. The whole idea is, you know, there's, you know, if there's someone, a pedestrian walking there and traffic's coming the other way, you know, you veer around, but if there's a line, people just tend to not. They go tight, and I've actually heard this from other people and discussed with other people, especially if someone's walking with a child along you know, one of our roads here, and a car just, you know, most people would veer over a little bit, give them space, but not everyone does. Apparently, I've heard stories about, you know, like with a mirror, you know, just barely swiping people, freaking people out, mothers with children and stuff like. So just as something to keep in mind as far as not putting lines on small country roads. Hey, and a second thing, if I could ask, my ear also perked up when I heard the CIO report earlier about access to the public, putting their input into where there should be sidewalks and crosswalks. How would I go about getting that? Is that on the website?
Through me to, I can read this out of here. You're going to have opportunities to submit online or by phone until May 15th. So keep an eye on the district's website and Twitter feed. And I hope you get the newsletter as well.
Oh, okay, because I'd love to spread the news of this, and
yes,
you know, I know lots of people would love to put their input into something like that.
Okay.
So on the website. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Catherine Harding. I live over on Soul Road. I'm just here to talk in favor of the community garden. One thing I heard that really makes me uncomfortable is the idea of privatizing it, because then it's kind of just left up to that landowner to decide that they don't want it. I feel like a community garden should be by the community for the community and protected by the community. I think they're really important, both because it encourages food security and that people start a community garden, they get a plot, they become interested in food security, and maybe eventually they end up opening up a farm, right? Because they've found this lifelong passion. Lots of people meet it becomes this community gathering hub, which is really important. And I haven't been part of a community garden myself, but I've always enjoyed them in every community I go into. So even for the general public, like, people may push back a bit about any changes to their park, but they do improve the park and they make them more enjoyable for everybody. So I really think, like, Sooke has such an amazing community already. I think this just creates better community hubs for more people to interact and share our shared interests. Yeah.
Thank you for those comments.
Hi, my name is Ann Boquist, and I'm talking about the community garden and how in favor I am of it. I'm a big part of the Sooke Children's Garden Club. I basically am the Sooke Children's Garden Club. We've been going for 15 years. This is our 15th year. And we're kind of a victim of circumstance in that we've been meeting at the Sun River Garden for the last 12 years, and it's been fantastic. The way it's set up, there was a great community space. There was lots of room for us, for our storage shed, for everything. But the new group has added more garden beds, which are sorely needed. Everybody agrees with that, but it's taken the community space. So now we limit our members to 60 members. So it's basically 60 families because the kids come with their parents and their siblings and there's a crowd scene. It's really fun, but it's really tight now there. So we need more space, obviously. We don't need garden space. We need a space for our shed. So whatever series, how this progresses, all we need is a space for our shed that's a safe place, like inside a community garden, with access to a field or a lot or something where we can set up our workshops and keep going with our kids. Because right now, even 60 kids is maxed out in that space. And we can't get any bigger. And we have over 100 members signed up for this year, and we can only take 60 kids at each meeting. And it's, everybody loves it. Everybody has fun. Everybody wants to join. Everybody wants to come every month. So it's kind of a victim of success. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm highly in favor.
So great, isn't it? This little dance, the public little dance. Susan Belford from Sassinos, and I'm also speaking about the community garden. I'm glad that you are looking at expediting this a little bit forward because, hey, how many hundreds of new people are going to be living in the core over the next, 2, 3, 4 years? And they don't have any kind of garden space. In fact, the folks at the Aragon, on Wadham's Way, they don't even have yards because where they could have a yard and a garden place, they have a garage. So it's really important that Sooke takes some leadership. And I'm not suggesting, put a garden in every park. Certain parks are a good idea. To have a garden in. And I concur with the people that have said that it improves the park overall. The other thing is that you guys have the capacity to say to developers, a community garden for your tenants is required. And we have these resources to ensure that that community garden stays vital. You guys can do that. You guys don't have to say, they didn't want to build one, but we'll let them build their, place and all the parking that is required and paving the land. So come on, stand up for what you know is right, what's needed for our future and our kids' future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. If I may.
Yes.
Council may choose to extend the public question and comment period only with an affirmative vote. Pardon, I can't talk. Only by an affirmative vote of the majority of council members present.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. So let's have a motion. Go ahead. 4 minutes. Okay, all in favor?
Sorry, just a point of personal privilege. Reminder, counselors, you're not using your microphones. Cannot hear. I have no idea what was moved or seconded and what you're intending to vote on. I'm assuming it's to extend public input, but please remember your microphones.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what we've done is we've moved and seconded an additional 4 minutes to allow 2 more speakers. And we have unanimous approval if you are in favor, Mayor Tate.
I am now that I know what I'm voting on.
I'm sure that you're all aware of the very alarmist statements that are being made across our province and country about food insecurity. In Toronto, 10% of the population, which is astounding in a Western country, go to the food bank numerous times a year. 20% of the population of Toronto is food insecure. Our various provincial ministers have sounded the alarm on just how serious inequality is becoming and how much food insecurity is growing. In Sooke, I was quite impressed by the transition Sooke and Food Chi group has only had a website up for about a month. And yet, regarding community gardens, and one of our posts in the first month reached 4,600 followers. So there's huge public interest in community gardens. And I would say the same thing for food security. Community gardens are generally viewed as positive community assets across our country. Since, and this Susan Belford already brought this point up, since an increasing number of people are housed in condos or townhouses that don't offer space for vegetable gardens, community gardens provide access to this increasingly large segment of our population. I have very long notes, and either I will write a letter to you or send one to the Mirror, but I just want to point out that the day before Earth Day, which was yesterday, Langford opened their Porsche Park community garden. They dedicated $40,000 this year as a budgetary item to support that garden, which very importantly also is focusing on native plants, which is something that really needs to be promoted. And this could be
Use the mic
for Sooke at a lower price. Thank you.
Dear me. Okay, thank you. Sinclair Phillip from Sooke.
Good evening. My name is Christine Bossy. I'm with the Sooke Region Communities Health Network. Totally support community gardens, but I would like to also mention my support around having some kind of leader within this food security. We'd have the food security or Sooke Food Policy Council that we are running. The funding for our specialist is running out in end of June. This person has been valiant in getting grants to support different projects, and many people have come forward, organizations come forward with their wish lists that they've been harboring for many years, and we're acting on some of them. And with time, hopefully tackling the rest of them. So there's this enormous and amazing partnership that's happening between the organizations and that are meeting monthly. And then there are different meetings taking place bilaterally between partners and with our food specialists. The Sooke Region Food Tree has come forward as wanting to be a leader in this, and I would like to support them in that initiative. And having one of those points, the latest point that was mentioned in the presentation around that piece, like how can the district support that position, but at the same time we can look at funding to support it as well, whether internally and externally, in a combination of that, which is how nonprofits work anyway. I would like to see capacity building in with regards to the Sooke Fuchi, and I would say Transition Sooke has also taken a very good interest in this food security question. There are other many actors as well that do their different parts. There are many moving parts around here with regards to food allocation, food production, farmers, and food distribution and food sorting, everything. There's so many different parts of the chain where we can end, the end product would be going out to the community. So I would like to mention again, reinforce that support to the Fuchi as a leader in this, and hopefully that we can see some collaboration through the district. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for a lively public comment period, and how good that we have this motion going forward to get a staff report. And yeah, great work. Okay, so we are now moving into the consent agenda, I believe. Yes. Okay, we'll let you clear the room. No, we won't. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Farmers early to bed. Okay, so we're into the consent agenda. We need a motion on correspondence, that the correspondence from April 3rd through April 17th.
If I may.
You may.
My apologies, the slide normally is only for correspondence, but we would be looking for a motion to move all of the consent agenda, and that would include items 9.1, 9, and 9.2.
Moving the whole consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Tate, seconder. Councillor St. Pierre, all approved? Yes, okay. (9:32). Okay, so we're moving into 10.1. Now, I believe Councillor Lajeunesse will need to sign off on this one.
Thank you. So we will be placing Councillor Lajeunesse in our waiting room, and we will readmit him after this item. And just if you could wait a moment to so that I can confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we are good to go.
All right. So this is back to the community grant recommendations, and the recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding the Classical Boating Society is that council award funding from the 2024 community grant budget as follows: $5,500 to Sooke Classical Boating Society.
So moved.
Mayor Tate has moved that, and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All approved? There we go. Unanimous.
And just one moment, please.
And Councillor St. Pierre, you must exit stage right.
Yes, unfortunately, Coral Evolutions, they have an amazing performance coming up.
Okay, item 10.2, committee of the whole recommendation is that council award funding from the 2024 community grant budget as follows: $5,000 to the Coral Evolution Society. So moved by Councillor Beto, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? There we are.
I think you might be muted again.
Haven't started. I'm slowly learning. Okay, so we're into section 11 reports, and 11.1 is 1245 Silver Spray Drive, private services within public highway. And that'll be over to staff for their report.
Good evening. The report before you, the request before you is to locate a sewer force main within a public highway for the hook lot at 1245 Silver Spray Drive, where a proposed septic system is located on the northerly portion of the hook lot to service the 9 proposed bare land strata lots on the southerly portion. I trust the report comprehensively covers the information required for your consideration this evening. I can answer any questions or provide any clarification if needed. Thank you.
Okay, so my question to staff is our earlier deferment, should this be impacting our decision?
The items deferred earlier for the variance request do not impact this request.
So over to council for questions. I see nobody online. Oh, Councillor St. Pierre.
I was just going to move the recommendations as a block, hopefully.
Okay,
I'll second that recommendation.
moved as a block, which is permissible. So let's have a vote on that. All in favor? There we are.
Is Councillor Jeunesse back?
He is back.
Yes, but
Oh,
So we're looking at item 11.2. Excuse me. Item 11.2, Sooke Core Sewer Specified Area Boundary Adjustment for 2316 Church Road.
Thank you to the chair to council. Districts received a petition, local area petition for property 2316 Church Road to come into the sewer specified area. Impacts for this development, there is none on our system. Applicant has been provided all infrastructure requirements prior to adoption of the bylaw. They'd be required to enter into a works and service agreement to fulfill all infrastructure requirements to service the property. There's nothing more to add to this report. Leave the recommendations for council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Councillor Pearson.
Okay, I'll move that council receive the petition for local area service for the property located at 2316 Church Road, legally described as Lot 10, Section 25, Sooke District Plan 1625.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor St. Pierre is seconded. Would you like to motivate on that?
No,
It's
it's straightforward.
I had a quick question through.
Sorry, through you to the staff.
oh, thank you. If your intention is to move both of them, please
Okay.
clarify that.
Okay, and that council give first, second, third reading to Sooke Core Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw number 897, 147-46, 2024.
So both by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. And my only question was the order of these. Our next item will of course be 2316 Church Road itself. So you put this, I guess there's logic to the order of this.
Correct. And this is only for initial readings. So it's
Oh, may I? Oh, we missed the vote.
God.
Can you use the microphone too? It cut out with somebody.
So we'll have a vote on that, please. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed.
Tate's opposed.
Opposed. Okay. Thank you. Looking at item 12.1, 2316 Church Road.
Mike,
That was a four-letter word that I shouldn't have uttered in chambers. I'll be censored for that. Okay. Let's do this, then we'll take a break after this item. 12.1, 2316 Church Road Zoning Bylaw Amendment. And over to staff for a report.
Yeah, so this application is in regard to a proposed zoning amendment at 2316 Church Road. Subject property is 0.4 hectares and currently vacant. Property zone rural residential or RU4 and is within the community residential official community plan designation. Adjacent land uses include single family residential to the north, east and south, neighborhood commercial to the southeast, although it's vacant currently. Public recreation, Pine Ridge Park immediately to the west. And the site is also within walking distance to transit schools, dog park and playground. The application here is proposing to rezone the subject property from rural residential RU4 to the medium density multifamily 2 ARM2 zone to accommodate a proposed multifamily residential development in the form of townhouses and duplex. The RM2 zone requires the property to be included in the Sooke core sewer specified area, or SSA. Therefore, an accompanying staff report, which is just presented, is required here. The proposed RM2 zone is consistent with the OCP and meets several objectives of the community residential land use designation. This includes sustainable construction of multifamily development, concentrate new residential development in existing areas, diversify the housing stock in the neighborhood, increase the supply of rental housing, create walkable neighborhoods, and support infill development. The application is also proposing a cash in lieu contribution of $2,700 per unit based on a 10% of the assessed value of the land divided by the maximum density of the permitted or the proposed zone, so of 20 units. And alternatively, $2,000 per unit with proof of registration of Section 219 rental exemption covenant with BC Housing. That will secure rentals on the property for 10 years. Securing rentals for rental housing meets some housing priorities in the housing needs report. An OCP policy to increase rental stock in this low to medium density form. This has been reflected in staff's motion, so either or. We'll get to that in a second. So comparing the existing RU4 and the proposed RM2 zones, just some notable differences here are permitted apartment and townhouse use in the RM2, an increase in maximum density from the single unit to 50 units per hectare, an increase in maximum building height from 12 to 20 meters, reduced minimum setbacks to front lot line from 7.5 to 3 meters. And what's remaining similar here is, or exactly the same as the minimum setback to the rear lot line, 4.5 meters, also minimum setback to the interior lot line of 3.5. On November 30th, 2023, the applicant organized a public information meeting at the Sooke Community Hall regarding rezoning and DP applications that are currently in with us concurrently. 11 people attended that meeting, and it resulted in some changes to the eventual proposal, which included addressing some privacy concerns with overlook into the south neighboring spaces, addressing parking concerns by ensuring adequate on-site parking, and also some help alleviating pedestrian safety concerns by extending pedestrian infrastructure beyond the property frontage and a crosswalk on Rhodonite Drive. So in this image, road dedication approximately 2.5 meters is required along the property frontage to achieve the 20-meter cross-section, the urban suburban collector. The cross-section standard includes sidewalk, boulevard, street trees, and a bike lane. To address pedestrian safety concerns, the applicant has also agreed to extend sidewalk from the subject property frontage to the intersection of Rhodonite Drive and Church Road. This would also include drainage works and a painted crosswalk. Is also recommended to be secured as a condition of zoning. A conceptual site plan shown here is part of the development permit application package received for the 18 townhouses and 2 duplex units. Upon initial review, the proposal is consistent with the RM2 zone that's proposed here, including maximum lot coverage, minimum amenity space at 8%, setbacks, parking requirements at 1.5 per unit. The proposal will be further evaluated, though, at time of development permit in accordance with the development permit guidelines for DPA number 2 and number 3 for form and character. No variances are proposed at this time. Therefore, the development permit may be considered by delegated authority as per the district's development permit delegation bylaw. Section 464 of the Local Government Act prohibits local governments from holding a public hearing for rezoning applications under certain conditions where rezoning is consistent with the official community plan, where the purpose of the bylaw is for residential purposes, and where the residential component accounts for at least half of the development. Where a public hearing is prohibited, public notice is required prior to first reading, published in accordance with section 94 of the community charter. Notices in this instance were distributed in accordance with legislation and district policy. Correspondence that has been received has been related to pedestrian safety, parking, compatibility with land use, road infrastructure, potential fire hazards, and also issues with rental management. Yes, so with the recommended motion, staff recommend council give first, second, and third reading to the zoning amendment bylaw to rezone the property from RU4 to RM2. And that prior to final adoption of the zoning amendment bylaw, council require the owner enter into section 219 covenants to secure road dedication of approximately 2.5 meters along the frontage of the property to achieve that 20-meter width collector cross section. Construction of extended road frontage improvements and crosswalk to the satisfaction of the municipal engineer, and an affordable housing contribution of $2,700 per unit or $2,000 per unit with proof of registration of a section 219 rental exemption covenant with BC Housing. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to take questions. Currently, we also have the applicant who is here today who can also address questions directly if council has any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Now, through council, would you, any questions for Mr. Riley for staff? Mayor Tate, you're up first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, we're reading this as a zoning amendment bylaw. Like, why is it not an actual rezone? Or are they actually one and the same? Because this is a change from what was a large rural lot or a large lot of one house with maybe a suite in it to townhouses and duplex and rental apartments. So it's a dramatic change to the neighborhood. So it seems like it's not just an amendment to a zone, it's a whole new zone.
Yeah, through the chair, this is a zoning amendment bylaw, so it is a rezoning.
It is, okay. It's just, there's just a change in language and that's fine. Okay, now I understand.
Same.
But you do feel that it is consistent with our official community plan as we have, maybe you could comment a bit further as to what's currently in draft form and also what is existing. And my understanding is that we were looking to put growth in where areas are serviced. In this case, this is not serviced land. We're extending the wastewater system. There's no services here. And also just a bit more in terms of, yes, I get the provincial order to do more housing, but what about the impact and where will there be childcare? Transit services is a local feeder bus. It's not a main route bus. And the demands on schools that are already oversubscribed. So how is that all, when you hear from residents that are frustrated with traffic, and here we are putting growth in an area with no infrastructure, that is the challenge that I'm having here.
Yeah, so I could speak to, I guess the current OCP designates this area as community residential, which does support a mix of housing types of various densities up to medium density. So that's 50 units per hectare. The draft, it's not within the town center, so not permitting the high density development. Although we are seeing, I guess, this transition occurring slightly outside of the town center, but within the growth boundary. And this area is contained within the growth boundary and near the town center as well. The draft OCP actually for the community residential is looking to increase the densities in these areas to, I believe, 70 units per hectare. So that's in draft form currently. I think it's only received second reading to my understanding. But yeah, we're in close walking distance to within 10-minute walk shed to schools, parks, playgrounds. And we're looking, there's pedestrian connectivity to those amenities, I believe. But yeah, as the previous slide noted, it does meet a lot of the objectives of the community residential land use designation, the policies there as well. And I can't really speak to schools or services, but perhaps Mr. Carter could.
Yeah, Mayor Tate, with respect to the infrastructure, it is on the collector road, so it's just north of the new roundabout we put in, and it is basically surrounded by areas that are already part of the sewer service area. This is one lot just right adjacent to it.
Okay, and this is where the community has no voice anymore. That's the prohibited part. We can't hear from the public. aside from whether or not a developer chooses to have their own open house and engages that way, which I understand that they did. So thank you for that. But otherwise, the community voice is silenced by the province, right?
Further questions? No? To Councillor Beddoes, through to you to staff.
Yeah, through the chair to staff, and the applicant, in the original drawing that you showed when the building out, it showed a community garden, did it not? Or is that just the amenity area? Is there a community garden there for the tenants?
And we'll welcome the applicant, Patrick Marsden, to the mic.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yes, as part of our development permit that is still being processed, obviously, the next part of the process, we have proposed a communal garden. We call it a communal garden because it will be on private property, but it will be for the use of the tenants in the neighborhood. And it's interesting because it came up because we've heard groups like the ones that just speak about how important it is. So it's something that we thought would be pretty timely and important to include in our project.
And the second question is to staff, for the affordable housing. It's $2,700 a door, and we have been asking 3,000. Why is it 2,700?
Yeah, through the chair. So we have been looking to establish a policy that would specify this more clearly. In the meantime, we've been working with developers and negotiating a number based on what seems reasonable to us. And this is the number that we have landed on in negotiation with the developer. 2,700, as I noted in my previous slide, was based on a 10% valuation of the assessed value of the property, which is kind of a standard benchmark that we have used in the past. Usually this number has, evolved around $3,000 to $5,000. But in this case, yeah, the based on the assessed value and the maximum density is 2,700.
Okay. Councillor Pearson.
No.
Okay. Well, I have a question on the affordable housing. Now you've got a 10% of the assessed value, 54,000. Now I looked up the BC assessment. It's actually 565,000, which would have been 2825 at a 10%. So math is slightly off there. I was also curious, the land was purchased in 2021 for 725, and with the home on it prior to its through accidental fire, it was destroyed. The value was 847. So I can see, yeah, I don't know. Any thoughts on what I've just said?
Yeah, I suppose we were rounding down. I'm not sure. I guess that was just a clean number that was negotiated to, and perhaps Patrick could speak to that as well.
I believe that, so when we had our first pre-app meeting, it was actually about a year ago. And I believe at that point, we were basing the 10% off of the assessed value at that time, but it was meant to be sort of a rough estimate. It was not our intention to originally base this fee off of a 10% assessed values. There's reasons why we believe that, and other municipalities believe that's not best practice. The director of planning at the time had wanted to go in that direction and had pointed to some other applications where the math had been broken out that way. So I totally understand that staff has been leaning in a different direction as far as fee structure, and I'm very much in support of a policy that will make it much easier for everybody to follow. But the way that this sort of plays out is it really feels like this is an in-stream application because it was really a negotiation that we engaged in about a year ago, which has taken us to where we are today. Meanwhile, there's been other activity going on and different applications coming up with different fee structures. And the other thing to point out is it is important to note that every development property is different from the next. And so in our case, the affordable housing falls under a community amenity CAC. So in this case, we are adding extra frontage improvements, I think in the total amount of approximately $74,000. So if you think of this as a CAC, as a community amenity charge, which the affordable housing falls under, it equates to more closer to about $5,700 a unit. So there is that at play as well.
Okay, and pending our new policy, which will be forthcoming, we're still in a limbo period here as we're figuring it out. I have further questions, but Councillor St. Pierre, please.
Now that we're on the topic of the affordable housing piece, I noticed, of course, the 2,000 and the potential of a covenant. Are you planning on utilizing that, or?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Along with the affordable housing contribution of 2,700, there was a 2,000 option with a covenant for providing rentals, I believe. Is the reason that it's included in the report because you're planning on using that?
The flexibility there when that was being sort of put forward was that once with the BC Housing Restrictive Covenant, that ties a developer to committing to having that as a rental property for 10 years. If that covenant isn't registered, so let's say there's just a set fee, it's $2,700. If this property were to change hands in the future, it would be easier for somebody else to potentially sell these off as individual strata titled units. Whereas the $2,000 per unit BC Housing Covenant, what we're proposing, is our commitment that we will keep these as rental properties for at least 10 years.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you're planning on keeping a certain number of units as rental properties for the next 10 years.
The idea would be all of them, so it's wrapped around the whole property. Yeah. Okay.
That's really amazingly good news, because as far as I'm concerned, that means you have relatively affordable housing, at least on the spectrum. That's honestly, I'd be willing to just say the hell with the rest, but whatever. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
I was just going to make the motion that council give first, second, third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 902-600-101, 2024 to amend the zoning of the property legally described as lot 10, section 25, Sooke District Plan 16275, 2316 Church Road from rural residential RU4 to medium density multifamily to RM2. And do you want me to read all the rest?
No, no, I'm concerned that I haven't asked the round of questions I had here, and I'm wondering whether Councillor Lajeunesse also may have just maybe premature. Is it okay for through?
I would second that motion.
Okay, you're going to second the motion. Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, a member may make a motion at any time, and there's
Yeah.
still an opportunity for discussion and questions. But it is untoward to have continued questions toward an applicant once a motion is on the floor. So if your questions are towards the applicant, I might suggest that the member withhold their motion until questions to the applicant has been exhausted. And then once a motion is on the floor, then council would then proceed to debate.
And I apologize because I thought there was a lull in the activity. I thought the questions had all been asked.
No,
So
okay, let me.
I will
just
withdraw
run
my
through a
motion.
few of mine. So thank
As
you.
long as the seconder does too.
I'd like to ask staff a question here. So when you identify clauses out of the OCP, and this is our third rezoning minus a public hearing. So it's really incumbent on us to ask all these questions, I believe. In the OCP, it states 5.1.2 objectives for community residential, preserve and enhance the character of existing neighborhoods. Now, you didn't pop that into, because that might suggest this project doesn't preserve and enhance the character of the Road Night Church neighborhood. What, how do you determine, and I think I asked you this last time, how do you determine which clauses to cite from the OCP?
Yes, it's done comprehensively. So it's not picking and choosing one or the other. But I think there's an overarching compatibility determined based on the land use. We're not asking for an OCP amendment, or the applicant is not proposing an OCP amendment. It's not required here. So our plans are essentially looking to support this type of development. Where those other guidelines or policies are made, they're typically built into design guidelines as well, and we do consider that at time of development permit. But again, it's looked at kind of like in a holistic nature, for example, to be consistent with the OCP, if that is your question.
I will definitely be needing to get a hearing aid shortly, sir, but I will, that's next for me. So further questions. Parking, I think you will have, you're insisting that the tenants of this new project will park in their garages, in 2-car garages for the most part. How do you guarantee that use of garage when we know what the standard here is in many communities? We fill our garages with stuff. And as a result, I think that was one of the neighborhood concerns that I've heard. Any thoughts on that?
It's something that we think about a lot because these aren't, if we're going the rental route, this isn't a project that we just walk away from. It's something where everything comes back to us if it's not thought through. So for the garages, we have made them double garages because a garage and a half just isn't going to cut it. I believe we have 14 more parking stalls than is required by zoning, and that is simply just a function of the layout of our units, the type of family demographic that we're attracting. And one of the things that will help over time is all of our units will have level 2 EV charging capability, and that exists inside the garages. We do on some of our units, which are on the south end of our property, they have single car garages. So that's 5 of the units have single car garages. So we've allocated an exterior stall for them, and that will be wired for EV capability to their meter. So it really encourages people to be using those spaces. And, you know, unlike maybe say a single family subdivision where you have these big road sort of cross sections where people can easily park outside of their home on the road, this really isn't that. So they would have to park quite a ways away because the drive aisle inside the development just would not have room for parking. So I think we'll be able to address that and manage that quite well.
So the Marsden Group, will you be the landlords and operating the?
Yes, yeah, we and with our other rentals, we have an amazing partnership with Pemberton Homes out here. And they take really good care of our properties and our tenants. And so, in fact, one of the first things we do when we're planning a project is I sit down with our lead property manager and we talk about things from our past projects, things that have come up that have been issues for our tenants, whether it be parking or whatever. So we'll continue that partnership with them, and they're a big part of our team.
So this is rental housing, and of course, at the time the housing needs report came through in 2019, there was a definite dearth of rentals. And of course, now we have over, I believe it's 600 plus units in the market. Do you feel it will be a challenge at all to fill these units?
I know, and it's encouraging to see rental supply and more of it coming online, but I think that the numbers seem to be fairly staggering as far as how far behind we are. I was speaking to somebody actually yesterday about the amount of condos that are, or sorry, the amount of apartments that are coming online in Langford, and those are some pretty big numbers. But one of the things that we focus on in the last few years is building rental homes for families in the form of townhouses. Seems to be a really undersupplied part of the market. I think that the focus is starting to shift a little bit more that way. But I'm not aware of very many developers that are building purpose-built rental townhomes in Sooke and many parts of the region. So I think as affordability becomes an increasingly difficult people for owning their own home, I think this is a more realistic option for people sort of in the medium term until they get to that home ownership part of life, if that's what they choose.
Okay. Yeah, no one else. Okay, then we did receive a couple of
Microphone.
Wow.
Unmute.
Right for not being here, Mayor Tate. That's all I'll say. We did receive a couple of letters, as is the right of the public to, they're not included in our agenda, but they were circulated to us today. So you did hold that open house. So what was the feedback you got at that time and how have you addressed it? I know it's in the staff report, but it would be good to hear from you.
Yeah, it was nice to have the feedback of the neighbors, and we've had some of the sort of typical comments and feedbacks from the neighbors to do with parking. We had some neighbors that were concerned about privacy. One neighbor concerned about potential damage to trees along their property line. And I think that, and I hope that we've worked well with Mr. Riley and his team to address those concerns in the development permit portion of the process. So as we've been working through the development permit in the background, we've worked with staff. We've gone back and forth. We've made changes to design to incorporate many of those concerns. And I think we've addressed all the concerns that we could reasonably address.
And that community open house, that was you well advertised, or did you circulate flyers beforehand, or how did you, because we're learning now, because this is.
Yeah, it was, I have to sort of thank my team for proactively suggesting that we do it on the early side, not necessarily knowing that the provincial legislation would change things to what they are now. So I'm actually glad that we did it, because we would like to know what the neighbors have to say, because we want to be good neighbors and we want to develop something that everybody is proud of. And so that's sort of how that process went. And yeah. Oh, sorry. Kristen Kolish, our development coordinator back there, just pointed out the second part of your question there, how we figured out who to invite. We followed the same protocol that the district follows for mailing out for I can't remember what it is, Gene. Is it
100 meters?
Yeah, rezoning applications, but whatever distance or whatever. Yes, we use that same radius to. Yeah.
So it sounds like we have a motion on the. Would you like to continue? No, I don't think you need to read it out.
Through you to our corporate officer, do you want me to continue reading the whole thing all the way down?
No, in cases where there's the recommendations in the agenda pack that are clear, and before council, the best way to move forward is just say that you move both recommendations, or which recommendations that you're moving. In this case, it sounds like that you're wanting to move both recommendations.
Correct. I think Councillor
Lajeunesse is seconded, and Mayor Tate has raised her hand. But first we get to motivate. And
well, it's new territory for us. I think that it's badly needed. More housing in Sooke. It's on a bus route. It's close to services. It's a little bit, we've gone one lot beyond our sewer specified area, which I think it's a good project in a good area. And a lot of the bases have been covered. It's a little different because of the no public hearing piece for us, but I think it's well presented by this developer, and they've taken some really proactive steps with the public hearing. So thank you.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Nothing really further to add. I just think that it is the type of project we need. It is identified in the existing OCP, as well as the draft of the new OCP, and it's the idea that it's not in the sewer specified area. It's one lot away, so we have elected to include other areas into the SSA, and this one is adjacent too, so I don't see that as a problem.
Further comments, Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm very impressed with the development proposal. I'm impressed with the community gardens. I'm impressed with EV charging stations. I'm impressed with the focus on rentals. I do think that although there's a change potentially in the aesthetic and the character. Having different forms of housing actually allows for a much better community in a lot of ways. And having a monoculture of one particular type of housing is not actually better for a community. So I really appreciate what you're doing here.
Mr. Beddoes?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion, other than, the frustrating part to me is, putting more cars in the road, and putting more people on Highway 14. Fortunately, that's the BC government that controls that, but I just want to be known that, they're required to service our community, both in transit and in the highway system, and, it's not being done. They ask us to build. We have developers stepping up with rentals, which are, badly needed, and nice rentals too. I agree with your assessment there that not everybody wants a condo apartment. A little townhouse would be nice, especially if you got some kids. I like your amenity thing there. But it's just my frustration with having, again, the public beats us up saying, well, why you keep approving all these things? And so what's letting us down is the transportation. We want to get people out of their cars. And even in this situation, we've got a bus goes by 4 times a day. That isn't going to service anybody. That's basically a wait. But I do hear there's some things on the horizon that might be helping us. So I will support the motion, but with I am concerned about the traffic situation. That is the next one. So thanks.
Okay. Mayor Tate, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair. So sometimes it's the order in which items are received. And so, you know, there's, and I appreciate the way this is laid out. I didn't support 11.2, and in part there was information missing. And then it's the flow, obviously, and then we're at 12.1. So having now heard a bit more from our staff and the thoughts that they've put into this, as well as hearing now from the developer, how they engage with the community and how they work together to find to address some of the concerns. I'm really satisfied with that, so I really appreciate that. Yes, I did read them both, but sometimes it's like, well, I'm not just comfortable extending the SSA without understanding more of what goes on the land. But I get it, you know, one has to be addressed before the other. So while I'm on record for not supporting that, it was just the way things flowed. And now here we are with this one. One item that I might just throw a bit of a curveball in here, I don't want to upset anyone with this, is we recently heard from a tenant elsewhere in the community that is having a challenge maintaining a home-based business. And so the reality is changing here. And so how do we overcome that if someone wants to have, you know, has the permission from the property manager, wishes to teach musical theory or any other type of form of music or art or something like that, and now cannot because the particular zone prohibits that? I don't want to see tenants find safe housing and then have to move because their livelihood is compromised. So that's just come up as a staff question that, yes, we need different housing types. We want to meet everything on the spectrum. This is new for this type of housing in this particularly part of Sooke, but how can we capture that so that that accessing these units isn't a barrier to someone continuing their livelihood?
That was a question?
Yeah, because now would be the time for us to look at that, because we have an overall problem in other parts with our multifamily type of zoning, or is this a different type of zone? I need clarity on that so that we don't then approve something and after the fact realize that we presented a barrier to somebody when we know there is one.
Yeah, through the chair, the RM2 zone permits limited home-based business. So with multifamily, it wouldn't allow for client visits. And we have discussed this in the past, and there's a notice of motion for staff to bring a council report back to council to discuss what the opportunities are to potentially look at options to permit home-based business in multifamily developments. So that is upcoming.
that's still working its way through, and in that way, we're tackling all of that zoning everywhere in the community. So is that correct?
Yeah, we'll present a report that looks at options for council's consideration there regarding home-based businesses and multifamily developments.
Okay, so hopefully we can address that before these units are constructed. We have some time. Okay, I'm fine with that for now.
So I'll just close out, or maybe not, there may be a second time speaker, but yeah, one of the, we've heard concerns that I think there's residual fear around that lot, given the fire a couple of years ago. So what we heard in the correspondence was, please fire smart that property to the max, as I'm sure you will. I would have liked to see you come in at RM1 and maybe do half as many homes, but here we go, and they will be well used and rented in due course. So yeah, we've got a motion on the floor, so let's vote. All those in favor? Mayor Tate, are you in favor?
I'm in favor. I'm just having technical challenges.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations. We'll take a 5-minute health break. Welcome back all here at 10:20. And we're on item 12.2, 6588 Throop Road zoning bylaw amendment. So over to staff, Mr.
Yeah,
Riley.
so this application is in regard to a proposed zoning amendment at 6588 Throop Road. Slight context here, the subject property is 0.45 hectares located northeast of Throop Road and Charters Road intersection and is currently vacant. The property was previously within the ALR, Agricultural Land Reserve, but successfully excluded in January 2023. Following exclusion from the ALR, the property's OCP designation was amended from agriculture to community residential. Adjacent land uses include single family to the east and south, manufactured home park to the west, and institutional immediately to the north. The application is proposing to rezone the subject property from large lot residential R1 to multifamily medium density 2 RM2 to accommodate a future townhouse proposal. Rezoning to RM2 would permit townhouse use and increase the allowable density from a single unit to 50 units per hectare, or approximately 22 units, excluding provisions for density bonusing. The subject property, subject to rezoning, a development permit for form and character would be required and would be eligible for delegated approval in accordance with the district's development permit delegation bylaw, as is located outside the town center, subject to there being no variances requested. Comparing the R1 and proposed RM2 zones, notable differences here include permitted apartment and townhouse use, an increase in density to 50 units per hectare, a slight increase in maximum coverage from 30 to 45%, an increase in building height from 12 to 20 meters, and a slight increase to the rear minimum and interior lot line setbacks. So the proposal to amend the zoning of the subject property to RM2 is generally consistent with the OCP and meets the objectives of the community residential land use designation, including sustainable construction of multifamily development, concentrate new residential development in existing areas, diversify the housing stock in the neighborhood, create walkable neighborhoods, and support infill development. Section 4.7 of the official community plan outlines policy related to housing, including required affordable housing contributions. These include requirements for 10% of new units to be affordable, implemented through housing agreements. Section 4.7.3 also allows for the consideration of an affordable housing mix. That means a mixture of units, land, or cash in lieu toward affordable housing secured at time of rezoning. Without a dedicated policy in place, we specify cash in lieu contribution amounts, we don't specify cash in lieu contribution amounts. Staff have had to negotiate in good faith with applicants, which has admittedly resulted in some inconsistencies. Related to this specific application, the applicant is requesting the council consider previous land dedication in lieu of an affordable housing contribution. So in 2022, the owner of the subject property dedicated approximately 705 square meter of land from the southwest portion of the property to the district to accommodate the roundabout project. Through a memorandum of understanding, the design and installation of road frontage improvements were funded by the district in exchange for the land. Due to project timelines, the land was dedicated in advance of zoning, where it is otherwise typically secured. Therefore, no additional land dedication for road purposes will be secured as part of this specific rezoning application. This information is being presented as applicant is again requesting council consider land dedication and the loss of development potential around 3 units in lieu of an affordable housing contribution. This and other options are provided in the next slide for council's consideration. So as reflected in the motion, staff are presenting council with options for consideration as it relates to the affordable housing contribution as a condition of rezoning. The applicant's preference is option number 3 in this case. So option 1 is a 3,000 per unit contribution secured by covenant prior to adoption of the amendment bylaw. This number is based on recent affordable housing contributions that have ranged between 3,000 and 5,000. It's noted, however, that this number is not generated from a specific policy currently. as we have an absence of one. Option 2 is a very specific number, $4,964 per unit, secured by covenant prior to adoption. This number is most closely linked to OCP policies, where we're taking that 10% of new units number and applying it to a cash in lieu option calculated as 10% of the assessed value of the land divided by the maximum density of the RM2 zone for this property, or 22 units. That's what it equates to. Option 3, being the applicant's request here, is no contribution. So obviously the preferred option by the applicant. They can speak to the rationale here as well, but it's based on obviously the land dedication that was required as in advance of rezoning for the roundabout construction. Should council choose option 3, ministerial approval is actually required here. It's within 800 meters to a controlled intersection. So I think in the report, the option 3 included adoption of the zone, which actually is not possible. So we've updated the resolution accordingly on the slides that will show. You want to just put that up?
Yeah.
Just put the amended resolution up here. And yes, staff's recommendation here is that council give first, second, and third reading to the zoning amendment bylaw to amend the zoning of the subject property from R1 to RM2. And that council select one of the following options. It's the 3,000 per unit contribution towards affordable housing. The $4,964 per unit contribution towards affordable housing, or the applicant's preference, which would be no contribution, and just direct staff to not take a contribution as a condition of the adoption of the zoning amendment bylaw. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is here tonight as well and has requested to address council with the presentation. So I'll leave it to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riley. And you have a presentation, Ms. Avertzi.
Very nice, Chair.
Okay, I finally
Not
learned it.
necessarily correct, but
Oh,
that's some
close.
flair right there. And it's not in front of you on a placard anymore either, so I'm impressed. Good evening, Chair and Council. My name is Tanisha Eberts, and this is Pat Guinea. Together, we are the authorized agents for the rezoning application at 6588 Throop Road here in Sooke. And we want to thank staff for their hard work on this file. It has been a long road, pun intended, and we are excited to be here. So staff have summarized the proposed rezoning. We are here tonight to focus on the history of the application and our rationale for the land in lieu CAC contribution. We are requesting the RM2 zone, but have had past conversations with staff on potentially doing RM3. That is what our original rezoning application in July 2022 proposed. We went that RM3 route because that zone fit our needs post-plan dedication with modification to the purpose of that zone. That course has changed more recently, and we are now proposing the RM2 zone, which has a base density of 50 units per hectare. To achieve our proposed site plan, we need to rely on density bonusing and may need variances. The owner dedicated 790 square meters of land to the District of Sooke for the roundabout project during our last approval, the OCP amendment and ALR exclusion. I will note that the ALR regulations never applied to this land. It was less than 2 acres, December, whatever, 1974. Just in case there's a question. Originally, a land swap was proposed, which was quite different. So as such, the owner was happy to dedicate the lands with the understanding that the value would be considered an amenity contribution at the future rezoning where we are today. So here's a side-by-side for the initial land swap, frontage improvements and cash offered by the district to the owner on the left, and the land dedication we ended up proceeding with on the right. The land swap required a dedication of 49 square meters in total. Today, we are at that 790 square meters, mostly due to the SPIA needing to be located outside the roundabout area. So you can see both of those are kind of outlined in red. So what does that mean for impacts to the site? First, it makes the base density in the RM2 zone hard to make work. This slide shows the original concept, which we abandoned, for larger townhouse units, which are fully compliant with the RM2 zone. As I stated earlier, we then shifted to RM3 in our July 2022 application. And here's where we ended up. This is our most recent site plan concept. This concept relies on density bonusing, and because of the changing market conditions over the last 3 3 years, pardon me, there has been a shift to more smaller townhouse units to fully optimize the site under the RM2 zone. So in summary, and you can ignore the bottom here because staff have corrected it. I pulled the option from the report earlier. In summary, our understanding has been that 10% of the assessed land value is how the CAC base negotiation rate is calculated for in-stream applications. The assessed value of the land in 2023 was $992,000, or about $220 per square meter, making the 10% value $99,200. Note that the 2024 assessed value for the land is now over $1 million. The applicant has dedicated 790 meters squared to the district of Sooke for the roundabout, well ahead of zoning, which is the typical approval for land dedications, as Mr. Riley outlined. This was done because of the grant funding and district timelines. The land dedication has not been appraised and the frontage improvements were always part of the roundabout project. 790 square meters times that $220 value equals $173,800, which is $74,600 over the 10% threshold. As such, we are asking that council consider the land in lieu, the CAC contribution, and move forward with the third option now modified by staff in the report recommendation. I'll pass it over to Pat if he wants to make any final remarks, and we're both here for questions. Thank you.
Good evening. I also would like to thank the staff for all the hard work they did on this file. It wasn't easy. It took years literally to get this done, but now we have a beautiful roundabout that services that part of the community. And we're very happy to be a part of that. Anyway, so my background is development for the last 30 years in the West Shore. We've done a dozen or so houses in Sooke. This will be our first major project in Sooke. We have experience in townhouses and we know generally what the market needs before we build something, and we feel that this product is what the market needs right now. It's going to be entry-level townhouses with some green space, room to have a little garden bed if you like. We typically put fruit trees in our landscape plans, which we're premature for that right now. We typically, in our next development we're doing right now, where we have a solar concept as well. So we're very, aware of sort of changing times. EV charges in all units, automatic with us. We have double car parking for, I think 28 of the 29 units. There might be one unit that might be a 1.5 spots, but we exceed the parking requirements by quite a few units, about 15 stalls, I believe, under the zoning. And the product that we would build there would be built for long lasting, low maintenance, hardy plank exteriors, just a quality product that whoever buys them will be very happy to own and have some nice pride of ownership. Typically in our units, we find about 70% of the people have one car, just so you guys are aware of that. And we have about 20% of our units get bought for rentals. And that's, we keep track of each development we do, and that's been the norm for the last few. Anyway, so I'm here to answer any questions if you like. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. To council for questions. Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay.
And then Pierce.
I have a question through your worship, through your chair to staff. Okay, I'm getting late too. In terms of the numbers that were crunched, I mean, it looks pretty good to me. And the land in lieu, cash in lieu, that seems to work. I'm just curious because I did hear at one point that the land dedication was in lieu of the amenities or amenity spaces, but I also see amenity spaces in the site plans. So I'm not sure how this all works out. And in terms of the number crunching, are we good on the number crunching? Because if those numbers are accurate, that seems pretty fair to me. But I'd like to confirm that in terms of what were the amenity contributions supposed to be on a site for that sort of site, and is there any discrepancy in terms of a land lieu?
If you're referring to the MOU, sorry, through the chair, it was land in exchange for frontage improvements, and that is it. In terms of crunching the numbers, I'm not sure whose numbers you're referring to, if it's the applicants or staff. Could you clarify?
In this particular case, I'm looking at the applicant's numbers.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't looked too closely at the applicant's numbers in this case, but it's their rationale essentially to justify no contribution.
Okay, and so the no contribute, sorry, the land dedication itself was in return for not having to make frontage improvements, correct? And I heard, are those the amenities that we were talking about? Because I do see amenity spaces on the site plan.
Through the chair, if you're referring to a conceptual site plan?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, the amenity space is required in accordance with the zoning regulations. So 8% of the land area has to be reserved for amenity space for those residents, private amenity space. It is not related to this question of land dedication or affordable housing contributions.
Okay, so I misheard at one point. That makes more sense. Thank you for the.
Okay, Councillor Pearson and then Beddoes.
It feels a little bit like, kind of like we're mixing two things up here to me. So, the total was 790 square meters that came off the original parent property to support the roundabout, through the chair to you? Or,
Yes, that's correct.
okay, so, and we got that property as an MOU? With an MOU, memorandum of understanding between the applicant and the district of Sooke?
So yeah, just for clarification, as the applicant alluded to, the district needed land to build the roundabout. Typically, if we weren't moving the project forward first, we would have basically had the land dedication requested or taken it at rezoning. We wanted to go first, so the applicant provided the land, and under an MOU, memorandum of understanding, that was presented to council November 30th, 2021. All the details were laid out in the MOU that the applicant was going to donate the land. In lieu of that, the district was going to take care of the frontage improvements associated with the roundabout project, as well as servicing the property. So there is economies of scale benefit to the applicant as well. We would pay for all the servicing under our contract, and they will be reimbursing us for that. So the deal was the land for the frontage improvements. I had no discussions around amenity contributions, development cost charges, or any other aspects. It was very clear what the exchange was for.
Okay, so the CACs that we're talking about now, affordable housing. So, have we done a calculation? Going back to Councillor St. Pierre's, by the square footage, what that would be worth? Is the $174,000 as presented? Is that accurate?
I could get detailed estimates. I think the $174,000, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, is the value of the land that you're assessing for the at the time. For that. In terms of the costs of the frontage improvements, I can have an engineered estimate presented, but I can tell you they'd be well over $400,000 or
for that.
$500,000 for the frontage of the property.
But, okay, so, but I still, okay, that's leaving me some more questions then. So we wanted, so the roundabout is our project. The district has initiated but we required this property, right? I'm understanding that we actually required this to finish our roundabout.
Or I could have left the whole side of it off and just done a minimal aspect of it. I wanted to have the whole project completed under one project for economies of scale. It's better cost benefit for the district.
Okay, I'm just trying to kind of follow it. It just something seems a little disjointed to me. So we initiated the roundabout project, but we required more land to make it beautiful and nice as it is now. And it's an excellent project and it's really in a good there. But so this property we decreased, but there was no zoning application at the time. So we are forced into making that agreement, but he donated this land, right? In good faith. I'm just gonna there was no exchange of money or anything.
There was no exchange of money. The donation was in lieu of frontage improvements at a monetary value, as well as the district paying for the servicing of the property under our roundabout contract, in which the owner will be reimbursing us for.
I'm thinking of more questions, but okay, I think I got the concept. Thank you.
Okay, before Councillor Beddoes, the applicant perhaps has some response here.
Yeah, just so we kind of put this in context here is when we were approached, there was the plan here. This was for literally 50 meters of land. And of course, we're going to be interested in helping Sooke get their roundabout. So we're going to be eager to do that. The frontage improvements were always being done. Here's the plan from 2020 or whatever this plan was made. That's the plan we were given before we bought the property. And I guess Sooke could have pulled half the project off the table and not did the frontage of ours, but that wasn't ever an option for given to us to only have half of a roundabout and do it later. So I never felt that it was a requirement of us to give the land to get the frontage improvements. I was always under the understanding that according to the plan, the frontage improvements were going in. And that's what the previous owner told me when I bought the land. And I based my purchase price on those frontage improvements were going in as part of the roundabout, not part of my land donation or swap or whatever you want to call it. So that's how I viewed what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry we don't have in front of us that decision from where you state that the particulars of this agreement were black and white. Yeah.
Sorry, it was all presented to council in camera, November 30th, 2021. I have the report right in front of me.
All right, Councillor Beddoes, you're up.
Yeah, it's a little confusing as we get down to this, but I guess to me is Sooke has entered into a memorandum of understanding. And it was explicit in that memorandum that was for frontage. And somebody signed it, right? So I don't know whether it was you or the person that sold it to you, but there's a memorandum of understanding by the person that owns the land and Sooke for frontal considerations. So I'm not quite clear. Did we live up to our obligation of doing that?
Yes.
To the staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
To the chair to Councillor Beddoes.
So then I'm not correlating these two things here. I mean, there could be a misunderstanding, but we have a legal document that was signed. And I think it was explicit. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because I'm not happy with it. Go ahead. Just I'll put that to the app.
Through the chair to Councillor Beddoes. So there is the memorandum of understanding, and then there is a separate legally binding agreement that was signed afterwards. In that agreement, it states the frontage improvements. It has all the details about the roundabout. It also says in other goods and considerations. We, in good faith, had lots and lots of conversation about this because who's going to freely give up that much land without knowing the value of those frontage improvements or the value of the land that we were moving forward with? We were well ahead of rezoning. So now we're here with that legally binding agreement that said other goods and considerations. And this is our rationale for not providing an additional $87,000 or $143,000 on top of the 790 square meters dedicated to the district. And the frontage improvements, in our opinion, were always part of the roundabout project and not a material matter in this decision for Pat to dedicate the land or not.
But it is in the MOU, isn't it? It's mentioned in the MOU.
It's mentioned in the MOU and in the legally binding agreement.
Frontal improvements.
Yeah, the real purpose was to not.
But you're telling me that it wasn't the frontal improvements, so I'm still confused.
The value of the frontage improvements was never put in any of the documentation or for the land.
And of course, we've now heard it's at least $400,000 is what Mr. Carter has.
Yeah, through the chair, I can't confirm that or haven't seen anything.
And any further comments? Mayor Tate, are you still with us or?
Yep, I'm still hanging in there. I'm just trying to follow the bouncing ball here. So the value of the frontage improvements. So that's come in now, pretty much, like we're getting there. But I guess the piece would be that, okay, I'm trying to think of my question here. Normally the frontage improvements would be done by whoever's land they are. So if the district didn't do it, then the applicant would need to, we would have had bear with me here. If the district proceeded with the roundabout as we needed to do, because of traffic, and did not do the area on this land and left it, then it would be the applicant's obligation to come in after the fact and do it to match the rest of the roundabout.
That's
Right?
correct. And we would have taken the land dedication at the time. If I did not have the land to construct the full footprint of the roundabout would have been adjusted accordingly. It would have been constructed. It would have been functionable, and the applicant would have been required to dedicate the land at rezoning and complete frontage improvements that would have been in alignment with completing the roundabout. I'd like to say the applicant's been great to work with this entire time. We've had a lot of back and forth. There's been a lot of environmental discrepancies on the property with their QEP that's delayed a lot of things, and that was between them and the province. They have been great to work with. I've had zero conversations about including development cost charges or any other amenity contributions in lieu of the dedication, but it's fair for them to ask.
Okay. In this case, because it's in the town's interest to have this project completed and not subject to an applicant coming in and finishing off that section, in my view, right? Like having a 2/3 completed roundabout and then dragging, leaving it like that and then dragging in equipment later to try to match it up would just be a bit odd. So I can see we needed to move ahead on this because of the timing, unfortunately. Someone's always inconvenienced somewhere, but the road work is necessary. It does benefit this property because it's the frontage along this land, and you would have been required to do it afterwards. But in this case, this application does not have to pay any DCCs or amenity cost charges or anything. Is that right?
Carter?
For clarification, that was never mentioned. DCCs are non-negotiable. They always have to be paid. I don't have the authority to negotiate with DCCs or amenity contributions. Yeah, it wasn't part of the deal.
Okay, I'm not following you, Mr. Carter. So they don't have to do them. They don't have to make those contributions in this case. But you're saying that they're non-negotiable, in which case they would, but in this case they don't?
For clarity, DCCs are non-negotiable. They always have to be paid. Me negotiating or bringing forward to council in camera to say that they don't have to pay DCCs if they dedicate this land is not possible. I cannot do that. DCCs are not negotiable, have to be paid. As far as the amenity contribution, it's out of my authority to negotiate on affordable housing contributions. I've never had one conversation regarding that.
Okay, so they are paying DCCs as well.
I can add one more thing too. Like, the applicants have been great to work with. It's unfortunate that there's this misunderstanding here, because I think we've had a great relationship to date on this. Even when there was the discrepancies with the QEP on their end with the province determining if there was a wetland or a marshland on site, which would have affected their potential development. Thankfully, it was determined very recently that it was not, but in the interim, I had to go forward with the design of the roundabout, which I also opted to enclose basically 30-40 meters of an open ditch with a very expensive culvert to basically provide development potential to the applicant's land.
Okay, thank you very much. We have in order, Councillor Pearson and then St. Pierre.
Yeah, I've heard, I think there's going to be a question of, so we got an amenity out of it, a beautiful roundabout. They had to dedicate land. And I think the piece that we're talking about is the in option 3, when I think staff are putting this in here. I think in good governance, I think that sometimes, you know, in this case, we got the land in advance of the of us, and that really helped us get that land in advance. So I would be very comfortable making a motion that council direct staff not to collect the affordable housing contribution as a condition of adoption of zoning amendment bylaw 904. 600-102-2024. I'd be comfortable in that because I think this is one of these cases that we actually got a probably significant benefit that we maybe is not as measurable, or maybe it's not in reflection, but we've had a good applicant, we've had a good, you know, our good engineer working on this together, and I think maybe that's a reasonable solution in this case. So I'll make that motion.
So that would be the motion.
I'll second that motion.
And option 3.
Yep.
Okay. Is there
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse? So it's time to motivate.
Well, I think I did. I think I did the motivation before I made the motion. No, I think that this is a case of about us being a good community to work with, and I get there's sometimes that things don't always go perfectly. But you know, we've got that roundabout, which was an integral piece of our transportation master plan. It's done. It's been constructed. Yep. And maybe there's some benefits there, but we've got a proposal, and this is just at the front end of the zoning, right? So there's still other things that we could talk about. Okay, thank you.
Lajeunesse.
Yeah, and I would just add that we had the land dedicated on good faith, and we have the roundabout, which is excellent. It looks better there than it ever did in the past. It's functional, and I think whenever we enter into these kind of agreements, there has to be a little bit of give and take, and I think the applicant has given what I think 8% of their land, 175,000 ish worth, and I support this motion.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I would actually support the motion. I feel like what's happening here is we've got apples and oranges. There was an MOU and a legally binding agreement, and there was good value received by the applicant in moving forward the development with good faith on all sides. Meanwhile, we actually need money for affordable housing and affordable housing contributions, and that's actually in a completely separate area, not a negotiation, as was made very clear, that Mr. Carter was involved with. So the MOU had nothing to do with that, never could. This is something else that is in Mr. Riley's purview and to be determined by us at this point in time, but the recommendations are 3. I actually feel that because there's been good faith on all sides, I'd be perfectly fine with option number 1 and not going up to the $5,000 or any such thing. But having said that, I do think it's apples and oranges. This is not what we should be doing.
Okay, further comment from Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah,
on the motion.
I'm unhappy with the way this has unfolded. There was a legally binding MOU. I think the applicant did get value for giving that, and it's great. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor St. Pierre as we go for option 1. That saves an extra $1,500 a door. And how many doors was it again, please? So 22.
Or
So
27.
So I mean, you're close to 40 grand there anyways. So I mean, we do have the power to take more. I'm not happy with option 3. I would go for option 1, but I will vote against option 3.
Okay. Mayor Tate, any final words before I say my piece?
Not particularly. No, I'll leave it.
Yeah, I'll just note that strikes me that the district has paid for 400,000 thereabouts in frontage improvements. You've donated 175,000 worth of land. I know you've sacrificed as many as 3 to 5 townhomes in surrendering that land. However, you found a way to get 22 townhomes or 29. I'm a bit unsure about how that works, but 22 according to the zoning is permissible for your 0.45 hectares, I think it is. So yeah, I'm going to be voting against this motion. Second time speaker is Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, and and I'm only gonna, so in the process of this, the loss of 3 townhouses is also part of my mathematical calculation to the owner. We don't have an affordable housing policy currently. So this is not like we're breaking any of our own rules. We don't have a policy for affordable housing because we've asked for it and it hasn't been met. So I think when you do all of the math, like, I agree the 400,000, but the loss of 3 townhouses, the dedication of more than the affordable housing component took place. The frontage improvements, we needed those frontage improvements. That's incumbent upon us, but that's made our roundabout complete, finished. And sometimes in the course of doing business, you do the right thing and then you have to do the right thing again. And I really believe that the right thing is in this particular case of we've got the roundabout. Whether who had to pay for that and all of that, I'm not sure what the MOU said. It should have been part of our package for my liking. However, in lieu of that, 3 townhouses have lost 10% of the land, or very close to 10% of that land was donated. So I think it's a fair trade-off, even in numbers, for us and the district of Sooke. I know the affordable housing piece is a stickler for myself and Councillor Beto, but I think this is one of these ones where, in an absence of policy, how do we enforce that? So anyway, that's it. I'm not saying anymore.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes for a second time.
Yep. Yeah, I understand where Councillor Pearson is coming from that, but I go back to the legalities of the MOU. I mean, it was pretty clearly stated in there. Well, apparently we passed it, so somewhere along the line, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I don't think there's a great deal of dispute what's in the MOU, or is there? I mean, there was one, and it is binding, and then I don't know about the extra 3 townhouses or whatever it is like that. I'm not even that hard nosed about the affordable housing contributions. I tell you the truth, in the scheme of things, $77,000 for that affordable housing isn't going to do a whole hell of a lot for anybody, other than it's another step in that direction. I go back to the legalities of these. We have an MOU. We lived up to our portion of the MOU and probably gave better value than we received. I don't know. It seems that way. So I still can't go for it. I understand it'd be easy just to say, okay, just forget it. Like I say, it was $77,000 in a scheme of what we're talking about here is not a huge number. Yeah, but yeah, we won't. Yeah, I'm speaking now. So, yeah, I'm still very troubled by this, and it's too bad we didn't have the MOU, but I'm pretty clear of what it said. And I think we live with that. I don't think that the applicant's going to be harmed that he can't do this project because of a $77,000 bill. But anyway, I'd rather go, if this one doesn't make it, I'd go back to option 1. At least he cuts that bill in half anyways, or thereabouts. So yeah, anyways, I've said my piece. Thanks.
Okay, we're getting close to a vote. At this point, I'd like Mr. Carter to simply reiterate the MOU, just to refresh us as we go into this vote?
So the MOU was basically the land was gonna get dedicated to the district. The district was gonna take care of all works for frontage improvements for that development. As well, we included all the servicing for hydro, water, sewer. We paid for that under our unit rates of the roundabout and said that the owner would be able to reimburse us for that, because if we did not include that, he would have had to do his servicing right now, and it would have cost probably 2 to 3 times the amount, because he would have had to rehabilitate the whole roundabout. This deal was in good faith. It's not only a MOU, it's a legal binding agreement. The applicant has been great to work with this entire time. I just wanted to be very clear tonight that the DCCs and amenity contributions were not part of the agreement. I never had the discussion on those. I think that we both received fair value, the district and Mr. Gainey, for this deal. And yes, he was great to dedicate that land ahead of time. And I believe his request tonight is to be exempt from these contributions because he went and dedicated this land ahead of time. I would like the request to be framed that way, because it was not part of the MOU or the legal binding agreement. And as far as 3 townhouses being part of the calculation, they should not be included as part of the calculation because the land would have had to be dedicated at the time he rezoned, and he would have only been able to build what he's presented right now. But it is a fair request Mr. Gainey has to ask for an exemption on this, because he has been great to work with and he did dedicate the land in advance, and we do have a beautiful project out there. But under the legal agreement, we both received, I think, equal and fair benefits. This is his request, and it's up to council to deliberate on this.
All right, so we're at the point on this motion with what we see in front of us. All
Point of
those in
order.
favor? Councillor Lajeunesse. Sorry, Dana.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that every development that comes before us, we end up bickering over how much should we take for an affordable housing policy or affordable housing. And in the absence of a policy, I find that frustrating. But I think that, yeah, I'm still going to support the motion.
I think that was Councillor Pearson brought the motion forward and you seconded. So let's have the vote. All those in favor of what we see in front of us here? That's Councillor Pearson and Lajeunesse in favor, and against are Councillor St. Pierre, Mayor Tate, Councillor Beddoes, and Councillor Bateman. So.
Make that. Caught up in it too. It is past 11. I don't know whether we need to make a motion.
Sorry, may we please get a motion to extend the meeting?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to extend it to 11:30.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor? Yes, okay.
Okay, I don't know whether the applicant's going to be happy with this, but I think if we went to option 1, at least it'll be, you know, a lot better than option 2. It's the better of the two. So do I have to read it all out again, or just that the one option 1?
I think you'll need to remove option 3 from.
I'll read it out if you need it.
So we have a second. You've made that motion.
I made the motion, yeah.
And do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor St. Pierre is seconded. So Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, this is one of those ones where, again, I don't feel 100% happy with it. I don't like to, you know, basically give an applicant that's been very cooperative with us a hard time, but I think this is probably the better of the 3 motions. So that's all I have to say.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think that recently we've been mostly asking around 3,000 per unit, and maintains what is an ad hoc policy. And so I think it's reasonable. And I think I've already said everything else I needed to.
Councillor Pearson.
You know, here we go again. We're voting on a different number that we voted on earlier tonight. This is the absence of the policy is going to come ahead again. We voted on $2,700 and something again tonight. So now this applicant comes in and somebody's put $3,000 in there. Who put the 3,000 in? Who put the 2,700 in last time? And why are we voting on 3,000 when we've already approved 2,700 tonight?
Well, I'll answer that a little bit, in that the $3,000 has been established as precedent over the last 5 years, I would say. And in lieu of a policy which is incoming, we are going with the standard $3,000 here. So there is precedent for this $3,000 routinely. Betos.
Yeah, I think just going to Councillor Pearson's inquiry, they came up with the 2,700 figure from the last one, because I wasn't happy with that either. But they did it, you know, the 10% and worked it out, and that's what it came to. And this one, they did the same thing, and they came up with 2 options. So I mean, it's a bigger project, and so the 2,700 doesn't apply to this one. They did the math, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that was the explanation. So I think 3,000 is a great deal more reasonable, and somehow we could ask for more, but I think this would be in the middle.
It just, well, it just goes to the fact we don't have a policy. We're voting on different amounts. It makes it difficult for anybody to be predictable. And one of our earlier developers said exactly that. It needs to be predictable. So
we have further comment here from, I don't know who went up first there, but Mayor Tate and then Councillor Lajeunesse.
Thank you. Yes, we're aware that we need the policy, and that's coming. And that's why we've tried to get on with a whole development approval process review since seemingly the dawn of time. And the sooner we get through that, the sooner we have clarity for all parties concerned, the district council, everyone. So somehow when certain entities start putting spokes in the wheels to slow all that down, we end up bogged in to where we are today. But that's nothing to do with the motion. The early application was rental units, and the applicant in that moment provided a rationale that council accepted. So that's why it's different, because the rationale differs. In this case, we heard a different rationale to contribute nothing that ultimately was defeated. So we're going back to what has been, as the chair says, precedent setting. It was $500 voluntarily once upon a time, which is nothing. And which is why when you look in our coffers, we have nothing. And when you look into our reserves, they're minimal at best. And this is why property taxpayers are having to pay for everything. So that's why we're trying to modernize everything. The sooner we get on with that, the sooner we all go to bed, and the sooner everyone has certainty. It all matters. And guaranteed, even if we have that, someone's going to want a variance or a pushback on something anyway, but that's the nature of it, and that's what makes local government the fun and exciting and rewarding job that we're all here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tate. Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, it's funny. This discussion kind of proves my earlier point in that every development that comes before us, we end up bickering back and forth over what the affordable housing contribution should be. And tonight we've changed it in the course of one meeting. The 2,700 that the previous applicant was looking for was not for rentals. It was 2,000 for rental units. And now we're asking this one for 3,000 for non-rental units. Yeah, so I hope that we can move forward and come up with a policy so that everybody knows where they sit when they come in the door. That's it.
Okay, so I'll close out with my comments, and that is, again, that we have set a precedent at $3,000. And that has been the norm in many cases. We are developing a new policy. I think it's a wonderful new project. We welcome you with open arms. And I'm buying Mr. Carter's line of thinking regarding this MOU, the district's investment in the frontage, the servicing, and I think I wish you the very best in your project, but let's see how the vote goes. So calling the question. Do we? Okay, there it is in yellow. So calling that question, all those in favor? We have 4 in favor and Councillor Lajeunesse and Pearson against.
That's correct.
Moving along here, we're at item 12.3, 2024 property tax rate bylaw. Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly move fast through what I have here. So the purpose of this report today is to implement the 2024 tax rates for the district. This includes the general municipal taxes, the tax rates for the Vancouver Island Regional Library, the Capital Regional Hospital District, the Capital Regional District, and last, the Silver Spray Protection Service Area. The impact, so once we plug the numbers in to calculate the taxes required for the financial plan, we strive to keep the increase for the residential portion of the taxes at the promised 10.53%. So these tax rates before you today do keep that 10.53% impact to the average residential property in Sooke. So this is the equivalent to $147.12 a year, or $12.26 per month for the average assessed property. Another significant change to note for the tax rates is that we're proposing to change the class 2. That's the ratio for the utilities. For class 2, the ratio was 9.25 in 2023, and for 2024, we're proposing for the ratio to be 19.8, which is the 19.8 times the 1 of the residential factor. So that equals to a final tax rate of 39.27 compared to 16 in the previous year. The utility tax levy through legislation cannot exceed the greater of $40 or for each $1,000 of assessed value, or 2.5 times the rate applicable to the business class 6. So essentially what that means is that the total taxes paid by the utility companies, which includes TELUS, Shaw, Rogers, would have been $18,288 in 2023, and I'm proposing to change it to $46,750 for 2024. So we're requesting to take as much, or I guess have the tax rate as high as possible for the utility class. This is a standard across the province. When you look at the tax rates set from other municipalities, you'll see about 2/3 of municipalities have the tax rate for utility companies at the full max at 40 per 100,000 or per $1,000 of assessment. In addition, the tax ratios include that the class 8 nonprofit and recreation and class 9 for farm properties remain at the 1.0. That's the tax ratio that's equivalent to residential properties. And that concludes just the summary of the changes in the proposed tax rate bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Looks like $22,000 more, or $28,000 more with this tax levy, utility tax levy. Councillor St. Pierre.
I'd just like to move the motion that council give first, second, and third reading to the bylaw cited as property tax rate bylaw number 907, 2024.
Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All in favor? Yes. Maya's not speaking. So yes, all clear. All right. I don't believe we have any new business tonight. Correspondence requiring action. Item 14.1, municipal consent for bylaw number 4588, regional parks loan authorization. Is there a report on this or?
Through the chair to council, we received a letter from the regional district requesting municipal consent for this loan authorization. Attached to the agenda is the staff report that was circulated to the board. My understanding, just the overall, is the project is this loan authorization bylaw, which the regional district is requesting consent for, is to provide debt servicing of $50 million to the Regional Parks Service. And that is for the widening and lightening of sections of the Galloping Goose and Lochside Regional Trails. In accordance with the Local Government Act, the regional district is required to get 2/3 participant consent, including this municipality, which can be obtained by providing, passing the motion in front of you that the council consents to this bylaw.
Okay. So I'll just note that the estimated annual cost per household in Sooke is $28 annually for 5 years. And these regional trestles that will be renewed are at the Selkirk and Swan Lake trestles. And the other key piece of this is trail widening and lighting project for the busiest sections of the Goose and Lochside trails. So not directly related to Sooke. However, we did get 1.7 million from the CRD for restoration of the Todd Creek trestle here in 2020. St. Pierre.
Being cognizant of the time, I'd like to move the motion and I'll motivate after.
Okay.
So the council consented to the CRD adopting bylaw number 4588, Regional Parks Loan Authorization bylaw number 1/2024. And if it's seconded, I'll motivate.
Okay. I'll second. Oh, Councillor Beddoes is seconding. I missed Dana's. Anyway, go ahead. Motivate, please.
So the Galloping Goose actually represents an active transportation corridor that we need to make good use of, especially in Sooke. I look forward to a time when Sooke is better connected through safer venues, and certainly us not actually supporting improvements on the Goose doesn't lend itself well to that. I think in this particular case, we need to support the CRD in making sure that this corridor is healthy and being well used.
Councillor Beddoes.
Well, I'd like to thank the chair for bringing it to the attention that they did a few years back overhaul those trestles, and I run or plot across them 2 or 3 times a week. So I'm very appreciative, and I guess that's it. Sometimes it comes to our benefit, and sometimes it's in other areas, but it's a vital corridor, and I'll support that motion.
Okay, Councillor Lajeunesse, I'm sorry I missed you earlier.
Yeah, no, I just, I'm a little bit disappointed that none of the improvements are coming our way. For example, I can't get from Cecinos to Matheson Lake because there's an absent trestle along that route. And so it would be nice to see some of the improvements coming this way for that. Yeah, so a little bit disappointed in that, but it is a good project.
Right, so we'll call the question.
Where I sit on.
Okay, calling the question. All those in favor? And my screen is off, but
Mayor Tate's Zoom is frozen.
Mayor
so
Tate, I'm sorry.
No, no, her Zoom is frozen, so I'm going to count her as absent for this vote.
Okay, all right. St. Pierre.
May I request that, now that this vote is done, may I request that verbal reports be postponed?
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion for that, but we'll pick it up next time. And I think that's it. We're ready for adjournment. Who's going to make that motion? Councillor St. Pierre.
I'll make that one.
Lajeunesse. Okay. Thank you all.
Hmm.